Yep, I think it's working now. Alright. Took about 40. We'll just say it took about an hour to get that set up, which is, I guess it's good for me. So I have a knife here. Let's just execute it and restart. Stream is working, and hopefully everything's going well for everybody. It's fine, fine. There you go. Just quick respawn on the custom. You know, it was crazy to me when I first started on PC that, um, like, it knows what character you want. So if you just make a character and select custom, it'll give you that on any, like across any map. I don't care what map it was. Like I tried it a couple times and I'm like, you know, cause it just remember like console doesn't do that. Just in case you're wondering, I'm just gonna go out there on a limb and I'm gonna say this is Valhalla. Somewhere near top. I could be wrong. No, this is calling for a reboot. On that, I was missing. Fireplace. Somebody was cold. I don't know how to do any of the gestures or even get my hotbar up. Yeah, see, Cullen Booty. This guy obviously didn't like this spawn. Thank you. God, I don't have a knife. If I had a knife, I could use the phone. This place, I'm gonna be honest with you, this is no lie. You're not gonna come here and have any fun unless you're a part of a faction. It's gonna be next to impossible. Most people are gonna be kill on sight, and there's not gonna be any good loot around. Like those areas are taken up on day one. Absolutely. There's no way around it. You know what I mean? Like this dude's got servers for years, and people love playing here. So you're gonna get however many man groups, and they're gonna team up, and everybody streams it. So it's all like meta here, you know. And I don't care about that, like stream sniping and stuff. You know, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is like case in point. Stream snipers wouldn't even be stream sniping if the streamers were just like play with the other people that wanted to play. Honestly, probably that's originally what it started out as. You know, people they just started joining streams and killing them. I guarantee you that's how it started. That's like the cause for anything to start. You know, you say like specific people and, you know, be a part of what's going on basically. That's the main problem with DayZ right now. There's no lie. You can't mention one streamer's name in another streamer's chat without getting banned or somebody talking to you about it. It's like they're afraid you're gonna like the person that you're mentioning more than you like them or something. It has nothing to do with it. Like we're all equals in the game. You know, like don't get it twisted. These people are not playing on the up and up. Like, you know how many opponents then they sold last year, and now they just come out with a Titan. You know, like keep it 100. You know, all these people have deadly accurate aim, and they seem to be winning. You know, levels above everybody else, and somehow there's only 10 out of the however many hundreds of thousands of people, you know, bought Sakal. 10 people can go to Prague and chill with the devs and find out everything about the game and get their ass pissed. And, you know, the regular player base, we just have to sit here and wait for whatever scraps get thrown out there. You know, simple terms, it's no different than Snowpiercer. We're just the vast majority waiting for whatever cookie crumbs get dropped off the table. You know, don't keep the game the way that it's supposed to be. Change it so that new people that stream that don't even play the game play Call of Duty and Black Ops 7. Yeah, change it so that they can have a good time for a couple hours with their fan base and get donations, and then go back to changing the game. More people can get donations from their fan base and play other games. If they were to keep it, you know, 100, I would say, yeah, go all out. That ain't the case. Like, you know. Think about this. If I was a super popular streamer and a new map came out, you know, and I had a lot of followers, and I wanted to, I guess, promote myself, you know, get more followers, see if I can get more people to come over from another person's stream, you know, especially when they're not streaming, you know. Somehow after we do a collab together, our, you know, hours conveniently don't line up, you know, for the next year or so, until I need to grab some of those, more of those followers that we have. Yo, just think about it. I'm not stupid. I know exactly what's going on. YouTube asked me my budget. I don't really have a budget, you know. I figured investing in the PC and the stuff I needed to stream that was a big budget right there. So let's not get past it. And you want to be known for what? You know what I'm saying? The whole point of streaming is to showcase the game, the attributes of the game, like what you can do in the game. Who cares about the stream? Great, you have a nice personality. You know, that's not what it is. I want information about the game that's going to take you to the next level. You know, I don't want your opinion. I don't care about your football game that's really soccer or however it's called. You know, I'm just being real. I've seen a lot of views, a lot of channels over the past couple years. They want to talk about politics, religion, sports, who your favorite singer is, you know, any type of crap like that. I guess, you know, as long as you get money, talk about the game, talk about how you're going to build up the game. how you're gonna, make a server, you know, thousands of dollars these people get. I'll just say thousands. It's probably more like tens of thousands. But you would think that they would, pick one of their subscribers and buy them a PC and a copy of DayZ so that they can play along with the community. Not only get them started. A lot of people don't have money for basic shit, food, materials. So if you do have PCs or any type of stuff like that, you're lucky. See this group over here? That's a bunch of killers. Hello, I don't know how to. Yeah. Yeah, that's a bunch of killers right there. I'm fresh and they're killing me on the train tracks and fucking right in town. That's what I'm telling you. People are so worried about, oh my god, there's a fresh guy there. He might get ahead. You want to go come check me for my free rags and my flare. You know, that's how you play the game. So, like I said, I'm just doing this because I know Livonia, more or less. I can go anywhere, like I know where everything is at. But these people right here, they wouldn't give you a chance for a second because they don't want to admit to themselves that somebody could be, I guess, more cunning than they are. They're like, oh no, there's a fresh spawn there. We're fully geared. We have to kill him. You know what I mean? I understand that the fresh spawn has like all of the benefits, but you seen how many of them there were? What was there, 6 guys with rifles? And I'm a threat. I'm just coming over here to see if the police station is still going. I mean, they killed me last time as soon as I got to town. So let's just see what's going on. By the way, like I said, RB's a really good dude. A lot of the streamers down here are really good people. But, you have people that just don't care, and it's more fun for them to make it hard for you. I don't have anything. I got half-life. I got not even a rock to try to make a knife. But I'm a threat. Okay, you see that monster right there? Can you get this player? Closing the door. And then we'll just leave it to it. Like I said, we're gonna check out the police station. We're gonna see if that got put back together. I wanna say I saw a video of Barnaby raiding the police station. Maybe that was after the lights. Somebody ran over there and locked it up. I have no idea. I'm just thinking in my mind, that was a little video, from the beginning of the server. Well, you guys just experienced DayZ in a nutshell. 6-armed guys, like, fully geared, will shoot you down. You have nothing. Doesn't get any more real than that. And when you're talking from across the river. I gotta remember my heavy hit. Nice drive back. I like using those on little staircases and outhouses and stuff. It's my favorite thing to do. I used to drop them on the ground. Anybody home? last time I was here, I was able to get part of the fire suit, but it's too heavy. You know, it's good for the cold, rain and stuff, but it's way too heavy to travel with. Um, if you're gonna have to wear something heavy like that, then might as well just get the chainmail. It's lighter, save you from breaking a leg, reduce your cuts overall. I am gonna take this stuff. The last time I was here, I didn't see any type of NPC here. They made a lot of changes, not to say they haven't. But I mean, obviously, myself personally, I'm at home in the gas station, chilled there a lot. Um, it's common for me, is what I'm saying. And I don't mind living there. So, look at that, complete fire suit, just showing up. Plenty of rags. I don't even know if I need them. I know the last time I was on the server, I ran around the whole server. I went from spawning in, excuse me, went from spawning in Valhalla to the bunker, and then up through the weapons factory below Nadbor, and then through Nadbor, and back to spawn. And there was nothing eventful at all. Like, those guys shooting me was more eventful than the whole run. Because there was nobody around. Like, everybody stays in their bases. And, like, that group of guys on the tracks, I could be wrong, but I think those are the dudes from, what's it called? Gliniska. Only because, the prison was having issues with them last week. I mean, they're headed this way anyway. I'm probably going to see them again. They're probably going to kill me again. What is that? Those are firefighter pants? I like that color. I'm not going to take them. I do like that color. Fire and medical. That doesn't go on your back end. Wait. Keep changing some more stuff. Like I care if I can put a field shovel on my backpack. I'm just being honest. Do shovels work? Can you use them? Yeah, they have a lot of benefits. Do I need to carry one around with me on my freaking backpack? Great. No. Like, that crowbar I should be able to put on my back. Change some more stuff. Make it so that I can put, this fucking machete on my leg. Because that's real. You know what I'm saying? You want to be so realistic and do everybody a favor. Yeah, I think, the last time I was here, the guys were giving out pumpkins. I think with this winter shit, that ain't gonna be happening. Right, so here we are. got some good fire here. Here's some fresh meat if you want it. It's frozen. I never thought of this, but the delay between what I'm seeing and what you guys are seeing is crazy, dude. No, yeah, I don't know if it's just the latency of, I guess the connection, 'cause it's all over the internet, you know. Like, I have the landline, is that what it's called? For the 1 gig internet. I mean, this was an issue before. I just ignored it because I wasn't really doing anything. I'm still basically learning the controls. Super sloppy. I think I have like 75 hours on PC, and anybody who like plays the game, like you can tell. Like I'll fumble. I'll have the gun to your head, ready to pull the trigger and fumble it. I'm not even lying. I'll press the wrong button or some dumb shit like that. When Steam comes out with this controller, and it's the first, early 2026, whenever it is, like it's already in my wish list, and I've already made sure that I could buy it from my wallet. Like don't play with me. That controller right there is gonna be able to play this game. Has two trackpads on it, two what is it, analog sticks, and the D-pad, the whole nine. Like, yeah. And it's Steam, and it'll work on all Steam games in the Steam library. So yeah, definitely thinking about getting a VR headset. It actually made me pause on getting a monitor because, I mean, OLED is like, it's $1,200 for the 2-inch, just so that I can be able to spot somebody quicker. I don't know if that's a value. Whereas the VR headset that Steam is coming out with is advanced meta, and it's for gaming. It's gonna have crystal clear, I mean, come on. The screen can be as big as you want it to be. Like right now, I'm looking at 65 inches, right? And it's off the TV, and I have great visuals. Like everything looks really good to me, if not almost real. It does get grainy if there's heavy mods on the server. If it's like if I have to download 50 mods before I start playing the server, then some textures might be off. But I could run everything on extreme, right, and look across the whole map, like stand in one of those fucking smokestack and just look across the whole map. I couldn't, be happier. So if I could just get the controls down and, or, I already tried a PlayStation 5 controller, don't bother. Don't try an Xbox controller, it's a waste of time. If I have to touch the mouse and the keyboard, why am I going to use a controller? Can't get any more simpler than that. I should actually take one of these. I don't know if it's gonna be cold or not. Yeah, I just have to get antiquated. And then I'll be, back where I was. I'll be running over this map and all the other things. It's not hard to kill people. Killing pharmacy, another POI locked up. How am I supposed to get medicine and play this game in a normal manner when you can't even get into any of the POIs? I don't care where you travel in this land, every POI is locked up. Like, it makes no sense at all. You know, you want to lock up this house across the street, lock it up. You know what I mean? You only get your loot every 30 minutes or whatever it is. But, you know, locking up the POIs so that people can't get in to get the stuff that they need to travel, it's just a bitch. It's a community server, dude. This ain't official. And they're doing RP on top of it. So, if you're gonna roleplay as the medical, or the police, or the fire department, or whatever your thing is, be online, right? Or at least come up with a consistent group that could be online when you're not, right? Make it make sense. That's not a complaint. That's just the reality of it. If you're gonna run the gas station, but I can't get any gas, and I gotta wait 3 days and leave you notes to get gas, you know, like, come on, be serious. You ask these people for anything. You ask these people for a leather kit or a sewing kit to get yourself together. The only thing that you're thinking is that you're going to kill them when they come outside. You don't have any other thoughts other than that. They're so, I don't know. The loot makes people do like dumb stuff, and it's not even real. That's the crazy part. Any of this stuff could be gotten by anybody with a head on their shoulders and some time. But yeah, let's lock up the POIs and make sure that nobody has a chance to get anything and they can't leave town. Not even lying, my whole, you know, thing about DayZ is fading, like, fast. And it's not even the game, it's more or less the people in the game. Lock up the whole town, all of its resources, and go offline. Yeah, he's going to do anything he wants. I want to say that's the presidential palace right there. I don't know if that's still going down, but that's got to be the house. Hello? Is anybody home? Any government officials? Police? I was just shot down. Oh. Nothing's locked up. it's not worth it. It's a waste of my time. The only thing that they're trying to sell me is themselves, and I like the game. That's why I was enjoying watching them. I'm not interested in buying their crap. I'm just gonna be real. Like my budget for a streamer is zero. You know, the people that contributed to my channel, they either gave me like mental support in creating it, or they were like monetary. They threw money at me with no regard to how much it was. You know, it wasn't even a care in the world. So, they're basically a part of my team. You know what I mean? They're just encouraging something that they know is possible. Well, I mean, none of those people that donated or in any of the videos. You know what I mean? Like me, Killbot, Kevin, maybe even Holy, and there's a couple other people that are actually like in the video with me. You know, I can't remember them all, and maybe some of them got started edited even on the PlayStation, and then just never even put out because it's not difficult. It's just difficult for me to get what I need. Essentially, this is what this map is about. Just running around, place the best, fighting zombies, waiting for somebody to kill you. Because unless you're like, you know, super into PvP and could just lay people down one after another and have the gear to keep yourself on 2 feet, it ain't gonna work for you. I'm just glad that the stream is working. I could like actually see it on my phone, and it's not in real time. I'm like a little bit ahead of you guys, but yeah, I'm happy about that. I'm honestly thinking about streaming a marathon and just try to go for 24 hours. But you know, the hardest part about doing this is just finding the appropriate server. You know, on PlayStation, it was a hassle as well. You know, I could look through server lists for an hour and a half and keep changing the variables for finding the server, and you know, keep ending up with somebody else's rendition. Like, I don't want to play somebody's version of something. That's what makes it stupid to me. And I mean, unfortunately, on PC, I have the same issue. I like all the mods and stuff. Don't get me wrong. But, I don't know. The game changes for PvP. It's not changing for survival. That's really what it is. I mean, if anybody has ideas on, you know, I don't know, where to go, what to do. I know everything there is to know about the 3 official maps. There's nothing that we're gonna do that hasn't been done already. have some thoughts here. If anybody's interested in chatting, you have a subject, wanna, go further with Daisy or just anything in general, you know what I mean? Leave a comment, drop a like, subscribe. It's only gonna get better. I was considering giving away PlayStation 5 or even maybe just a simple PC that would play Daisy, right? The requirements is what? A 5 and 12 gigabytes of VRAM. Those are just the minimum requirements. Walmart, that is about $500 to $800. Pretty much buying a new PlayStation 5 Pro. So, and I have a PS5 right here in a box, right? And the person said they wanted it. I wiped it. I sat around for about a day thinking about it, and I was like, do I really want to wipe this? No, I don't. I lost a lot of video, a lot of runs with people, a lot of pictures. Times change. Here we are. Guess what? The person didn't call me. Why are you going to ask me for my number? Tell me you want it, right? Tell me you're a gamer. You don't get at me. No, I'm not in a rush. I'm not pressed. It is what it is. And I'll be honest with you. I was thinking about just giving it away to a subscriber, but the way YouTube's set up, you gotta have 1,000 subscribers and so many videos that you use in order to commence any type of stuff like that. Because I would just do it like I would gift a sub at that point, and whoever YouTube or Google or Jesus decides to pick, they would be getting it, and I would pay for the shipping expeditiously. I would overnight it to them with the 5 games that I have, and they'd also get a copy. Well, I can't say they'd get a copy of Daisy, but what I would do is just give them the funds on the PlayStation card to make the purchase and get the call map. Just let them, dive in. Because anybody that's watching Daisy content, if they don't own any type of game system to play the game, you're really missing out. And I want to play with everybody. It's not just about, I want to get on a map and dominate it. I'm sure other people can't have a good time. No, this game is about having fun, going on adventures, meeting new people, and finding out new things. I like to simulate it like it's real life. Absolutely. Right? But when it comes down to, being ridiculous, if it was real life and it was like a survival scenario where if you're alive, then I'm not going to make it, that's different. I've gone on so many adventures on this game and just have the best time in the world. And other people just use the game to bully and troll people. I'm just gonna be real with you. It makes for good content on YouTube, and people love watching it. Reality of it is the game is not as satisfying as it was. Once your eyes are open to the reality of what's going on and what the people are doing, it's just like, at that point, you're like, whatever. These people only care about the game because yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So, but anyway, that's something to look forward to in the future. I'll be honest with you, right now, I could buy that PC, the copy of DayZ, and give it away right now. What good is it gonna do? Most of the people that subscribe are return subscribers. They're like DayZ players, and a few of them are on the server. And basically, I subscribed to them like a while back, just for supporting DayZ, to keep seeing the content come out. And they return subscribe to me. You know what I mean? So it's just like a mutual thing. They feel the same way that I do, I guess. You can't have a community if everybody's not supported. That's not a community. Everybody needs to be lifted up to the stratosphere together. Otherwise, you can't call it a community. English language is a tricky thing. A lot of people don't understand. Start using big words, everything gets confused. Not even gonna lie, the saddest thing about this game right now is that it's more or less like life. There is no purpose, or I don't even know. Without the mods like creating these new missions and bunkers and shit, what's the point, dude? Oh, see these poles right here? I don't care. Every time I get a Hummer, I crash into these poles. I don't see them, and they destroy my car. Especially going for heli crashes and stuff. Those things, like, I hate those. And those little concrete ones on the side of the road. This, you could drive through. The painted ones, drive through. This one right here will stop you dead in your tracks and kill you. Could offer any indication as to why that makes sense, leave it in the comments. And please, like, I'm gonna respond to everything. If anybody has anything positive or negative to say about the game, leave it down there, because some stuff I'm gonna agree with, and some stuff I won't. There's so many positive things in the game that negative people try to drag it down. There's about 45, 50 people on the server. You wouldn't even know it. It's because they're all big groups and they're in their base. They're just consolidating, getting their loot together, grinding up nails. I'm not even gonna take that. It's pristine. Somebody else may need it when they come by. I made this into a gaming channel because this is, by far my favorite game. But I'm honestly thinking about just clipping that off and just putting a generalized gamer channel especially if my friends have them and they're playing them. Just I had a lot of fun playing various games with my friends, and I don't know. I'm gonna say like AZ is fizzling out for me because of the construct that I have to be within to fucking play it. Can I play on my own server by myself? Yeah, absolutely. What is the point of that? I already know I can survive. I can know none of the controls. I can still survive. It's point of contact. The people. Without the people, what do you really have? So, I can tell you my favorite place on this map is down in the bottom right corner. Dolnik, right below Kanopki. Now, it's where I've always gone from the start. I've never ever played around with any of the other cities. Dolnik, okay? This is the reason, okay? Dolnik and the bunker are rare areas on the map, okay? Reason being, M79 is spawning in the bunker. I don't know where it spawns anymore. I don't know where it spawns on this map. I don't really care, okay? When I first started playing unofficial, I found an M79 in Dolnik. That was the first place that I went to. I spawned in Cullen Brody and ran east and followed the road through Sitnik, Giralto, Kopaniki, ended up in Dolnik, never left. Okay? I set up myself huge base there. Um, it wasn't popular when I first started playing first person servers. There wasn't a lot of people on them. They were dying essentially because people were playing third person. Everybody's gonna be able to look around corners. If they can't look around corners, then they don't want to play. Yeah, this character's about had it. Not worried about it though. Backing up for top one. But when this server's popping and it's maxed out at 100 and you can't get on here, you can barely play. I mean, I know this is lagging now. The ping was at like 170 when I joined, and I've seen instances of the screen like tearing or whatever the hell it's called. But yeah, this is not really a server that like you have to be very well versed on a keyboard and mouse and Daisy player on top of it to accomplish anything here. So at that point, it just gets boring. I was invited to, what is it called? Black Sigil. Is that who it is? They're down in Nadbor. I ran into a fellow. I could look up his name right now. Because I write all this stuff down. Because otherwise I would have no idea. Where's my notes at? I got a new phone. Can't find anything. Great. Anyways, ran into a guy down there, weapons factory, south of Nadport. He said that I could come back and talk to so-and-so about joining Black Sigil. I was super excited. I would have joined them in a second. And, I'm sure I could have learned not only a lot from them, but from everything that was going on. They were at war. I knew they were at war. I didn't want to talk about it. You know, I could have said to the guy that I know everything that's going on. I saw it in a video because I did. You know what I mean? Previously, I just wanted to be a part of something, and that's something that I think that everybody wants. That's the whole point of playing online. You know, nobody cares about getting killed. That's not what it's about. It's about people wanting to be a part of something and joining in. Now, I could see if a player says, I'm solo, I don't play with anybody, I never have, I never will. This is the way I like to play. Fantastic, man. Do your thing. But when you got people that are sitting there clearly wanting to join a group that already exists, right? And there's no limitations as to what they're doing or what's going on. But if you're interested in being there, now there's some sort of limitations. Like something has to happen in order for you to join or even try to join. You know, some act of God has to come down. Like they were the beginning and the end. It's crazy to me. Let's check out. This is Siberia, Red Hunter. It's probably crazy. I haven't figured out how to do like intermissions and stuff like don't expect any of that like to come anytime soon. Not unless I can um pay somebody to set it up, basically. Yeah, when I tell you I don't know shit about PC, I was glad that I was able to plug it in and get everything set up just by downloading Steam. That's all that I had to do. Everything else was basically done for me in the background. I'm not even lying. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be this far right now. You know, now like what am I gonna do here? Now I have to figure out how to can recapture that without um stopping what's going on. See? Like it's crazy, man. I I have to figure this out. I have to figure out how to change this. I'll never be able to change servers or exit out of it and take a break. It's gonna be a problem. That's what it's gonna be. You know, I should be able to go into the game like that and then boom, see that right there. Alright, let's see if that clears up in a minute and gets me to in-game. It does take a couple minutes for the picture to catch up, so it's not the easiest thing to check. Yeah, there we go. Alright, so I understand what I have to do now. That'll make that easier in the future. I appreciate you guys joining and showing support. Every minute you watch helps get me further down the road into, you know, bringing other people along because that's what it's all about. What's the point of being here by yourself? You know, I want to be here with people and not gatekeeping the group either. Like, oh, only 5 people can come. Nah, everybody can. You know, and have it, we're gonna try to get it. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in anybody trying to say, oh, I need, and then, you know, no, that's not gonna go down. We're gonna let whoever runs the different subs program is get free subs when, you know, either myself or one of my team gives you a sub, you're getting something whether you're gonna get something small that's gonna run crazy. Like you're not getting, you know, the top of the line, but you're gonna get a PC that plug in and play basic. You know? Because that's what it's about, like getting people into the community. Yeah, everybody can sit at home and watch the stream, right? But wouldn't ever, even if you only had an hour, wouldn't you want to at least try the game? You know? And listen, nobody's gonna give you the opportunity. You gotta make the opportunity for yourself. It's unfortunate, but it's true, right? I have people telling me every day that, you know, I shouldn't be like this or I shouldn't be like that. These people are the same. They wouldn't give you a glass of water. You know, see the PvP zones going on in real life? Yeah. So, we're not telling you. I just go home and play DayZ. You know, at least not there. If you say something that's like crazy, you just do something that my friends and I don't agree with, you're probably dead. You know? It's just the simplest way to deal with it. And that's gonna hurt the person more than anything you can say to them in real life. I'm not even gonna lie. You know, people are so emotional that they can't take me on a game. I've been killed a million times in this game. Whether it be PvE or PvP, it doesn't matter. It all feels the same. But like I said, everybody's interested in something else. I like playing Vayne. I don't really understand the whole thing and what's going on. You know, it's very detailed. Scum is good too, but that game kind of pisses me off because if you play a PvE, there's no loot, okay? And the AI on there, like they're coming at me with weapons, and I have a bow and arrow, and they're just straight boom, 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 you know? So it's like, and then if you do the PvP, I'll have all the weapons like right away to defend myself from the AI, and then the people are so like, I don't know, it's like KOS, whatever you want to call it. There's no point. That game made me mad. I played it for 2 weeks. It's not better than DayZ. Does it compare? Yeah, it might compare. It's but that's not what it's turning to. It's actually right now because any team will go to you know? And DayZ is kind of reversed it in the fact that, you know, they lowered the spawn rate, made it rare to get some of the top weapons. Listen, I'll tell you something. A Scorpion, an IJ, all these little teeny tiny guns that, you know, they're making more scarce because they're adding these new guns that nobody wants. They'll kill you. You know, like listen, the Vicar, like, alright, They have me lost at the DMR when it says M14 on the fucking thing and shoots 308. Okay? Like, I was willing to, like, let that go by. I was like, yeah, whatever. You know, remodeling something probably takes a long time, a lot of resources. I understand. They're trying to get it out there for the player. The DMR, the clapper. One shot in the head of the DMR, you should be dead. Okay? I don't like the DMR. I don't care about the DMR. It's not even in my range of focus when I'm playing DayZ. A lot of people like it. I give it to them. I don't like shooting people from a mile away. I have 650 meters to the Tundra on Northwest Airfield. Like, and it's recorded on Discord. I'm proud of it. I don't care about it. It means nothing to me. You need to be able to not only shoot the person, like, uncon them, tie them up, maybe even torture them or rob them, and then keep it pushing after that. You know what I'm saying? Leave them to their devices. Like, that's DayZ. Killing somebody from 1,000 meters where you're sitting in a bush with a ghillie suit. If it's a team, I'll give you credit. You know, like, if you see 2-3-man team and you start knocking them off and you go collect your gear, great, man. But if you're just shooting individuals while you're hidden, you know, for no reason, while they're passing through, I don't think that's the game. Not unless you're dying. Like I'm dying right now. If I saw somebody, should I kill him? Or should I say, can you help me? Let's get some fish together. Can we fish in there? I don't know. Does he have a knife? I have a hatchet. You know what I'm saying? Can we work together to conquer what's out there? I'm just gonna do this. I'm going to start fresh right now. And we're gonna go from there. There you go. So we're gonna get a fresh start going. And we'll see what it is. And I'm not even gonna lie. Everybody knows, and this is a true fact. Unless you're showing up, right, and you got a group of friends that are already holding a bunch of shit for you, the beginning of this game is absolutely boring. Okay? Nobody wants to do it. Everybody just wants to show up and be given everything. You know, the fact of the matter is you do have to scavenge. You do have to look around, scrape and scrounge, get your shit together. Right? People don't want to do it because it's fucking lazy. Excuse my language. I've been saying that word a lot. I have to get that out of my vocabulary. It just sounds so much worse than shit. That's a Sakal house right there. I'm not even going anywhere near them. To me, in my mind, that's like a whole lot of walking. That's like the apartments when I first started. Like if you go up in those big apartments, there's nothing in there. It's like just a bunch of running around. You're wasting your shoes and your energy. I've seen stuff in there on some servers, but I'm not looking in there. I've looked in there when Sakal came out. It's trash. A lot of food. This is a hardcore server also. So on the New York map, the infected, there was a mummy and the regular infected, and they could hear fires and stomp them out. Okay, I don't know what to expect from this server. Even though that guy had some stuff, you'd see what you spawn with: 2 flares, a rag, the heat pack, the watch, and just the basic shirt and pants. I really don't know what to expect from this server. I'm a part of the Discord, so I've been, listening to what he's been playing it over the past couple weeks. I've just been kind of trying to save it, you know? Like, I want to play these shits, like, get first-hand experience, like, with my friends. And I heard about a bug where somebody's copying servers and, using it to steal information from the server or something like that. So I just wanted to be wary of that. And I already had all these servers selected before I heard that info. So I'm pretty confident I'm in the right place. I'm not really sure if these zombies will be down in New York. They did. Yeah, those things like ran me over there. It was too hard for me, like way above. It was too advanced. Like not something that I'm gonna be interested in playing on. So I kind of just gave it up because I would get to a certain point and start just like doing well, and out of nowhere there would be infected, and once that it just started a chain reaction. It was overwhelming. I didn't want to mess with it. I did play a couple servers with AI. One has no storyline like Daisy whatsoever. I have no way to put this. It's completely its own game. It uses all, I guess, Daisy's facets, but there's no infected, and there's a lot of AI hanging around somewhere for a minute. Like, they'll be coming through, sometimes attack, sometimes singles one after another. They'll just start showing up. Again, I don't really care about the character. The first thing you guys do on any map, if they want to do it, talk to somebody about it, is you have to scout out the locations, like where you're spawning, what's around you, you can have access to. Like, it doesn't matter if your character lives, because if you die down the road from here, you're going to lose all the stuff you just found anyway, and not know how to get it back. So, first joining the map, I don't care if you find an M4 here, if you don't know how to keep it, then what's the point? I'm not using iSurvive anymore for any of these maps. Everything is strictly however it is, basically. I'm going blind. I made that decision when I heard Nextara was coming out. I just wanted to make sure that I guess spoiling my game. I told in the beginning when I played, I don't know if I told it or anybody heard this, but I kind of felt gypped when somebody showed me all the secrets to Livonia, which there's not that many. The bunker really, and having the 3 floors, and they didn't even tell me what I know now is that I can do all 3 floors by myself. And unofficial, I could just jump into another server, and on a community server, I could just run down my all. I guess I could do it on official too, but it just so I never did it. You don't need anything. There's nothing secret about that. Just like Chicago, I was doing that bunker by myself multiple times. Glow plugs on the livonia, they're throwing a knife and jumping to the call. mind? Is it a survival game or is it a let's go troll people game because I got gear from a different server and I can jump, in between. You got people that are just dying to be able to build bases and defend them. How can you defend them when people jump from server to server and they have field bags full of explosives and they're just going server to server, wiping everybody out? What's the point of the game? At that point, what's the point? Who's gonna continue to just be blasted like that? Nobody. Yo, listen. When I first got PC and I, loaded up this Daisy launcher and stuff, it would tell me every day that 30,000 people were on it. Like, I don't care what day of the week was. Like, anytime I opened it up, like, it would be like about, high 20s, 28, 32,000, somewhere in there. Right? I'm looking at it now. It's like there's 9,000 people on there. Even if you account for, those numbers don't matter. Say there's 15,000 people playing DayZ right now. Right? The fan base is leaving. Right? Even the people that love the game, they're like, I can't take this anymore. We've been asking for such and such to be fixed for years, and the game is just always going to take it in a different direction. It's like you tell your wife you want tacos for dinner, and there's nothing else. Hey, want some tacos for dinner. And then later on, it's like, hey, it's dinner time, and butter and jelly. It's like, that's the nobody cares about new bags and new clothes, right? Yeah, I don't know what storm this is exactly. Um, I don't know if that's the same as the mosque. I've only been on the mosque one time in the storm, and it was like it happened right away as soon as I joined, and it unconned me like this. But just, it's the same thing happens. Oh, so apparently that was good enough. Imagine as long as you get into something. Structure of some sort. Does anybody know any technical information about all the extra diseases and the mall storms or going to Lantia or anything like that? Feel free to post it in the comment section. I'd like to read about it. These are all things I want to do. The mosque in Lantia is kind of like almost number one on the list. Right now I'm just basically getting my controls down, checking a bunch of stuff out, and so I don't really care where I play or what I'm doing. I'm just looking for all my controls to be first nature. Right now they're third or fourth, and if I get, how do you say it, a little bit of anxiety, you know, that comes with AZ, I'll just start stroking every button on the keyboard, and then yeah, press G to drop your gun. I shot, um, what was it? I shot my blaze at one of the zombies. Both shots took heavy damage, and then almost died because I couldn't get it out of my hand to be able to just fight him. Oh, this is embarrassing, man. I'm sure nobody will show up and just wipe me out. I don't know how many people are here. I'll be honest with you, it doesn't matter. We're just on an adventure, enjoying the day. Oh, I'm on. You know, that was one of my favorite things about DayZ. Was I could basically wake up in the morning and turn on DayZ and go on a brand new adventure. You know, and you know whether you meet people, whether you don't, that doesn't really matter to me. Right? The point was. See how many times I clipped them? I don't like shooting from the hip. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do that. But I've been advised to start shooting from the hip so that my brain recognizes the pattern of where the bullets are going to hit. You know, I don't know if that's confusing to anybody, but there's certain things that your brain will automatically pick up on. And if you use hip fire a lot, then you won't have to ADS to kill people. You'll get headshots because it's the same thing as training yourself and having the crosshair on the screen. That's the simplest way I can put it. If you have a crosshair, you'd be looking at the crosshairs to lining up with their head. If you're shooting from the hip all the time, you're going to be lining the gun up to where it needs to be, right? I hit my first shot, I hit my second shot, I missed my third shot. Only because I didn't reposition or move. Like, this stuff is simple. Never look left to right, always right to left. You didn't know it, now you know. So the stuff that I would normally charge people for, I'm gonna tell everybody that's, you know, on my channel, you're a member, I'm just gonna, you know, clue you in. There's a lot of stuff people don't know about DayZ. It's a lot deeper than what people think. It's just not about killing people and, you know, running around the map trying to get, you know, oh, I gotta get the best gun and I gotta, see, I'm going for his head. See it. There's just no way. I don't care. What's gonna happen? Nothing. Somebody's gonna show up and kill me. Yeah, that was 2 shoulder hits. Yeah, I gotta do something about that. I gotta clean that up. This is something that I'm just starting also, so I figured to start everything at the same time together. Ordinarily, I wouldn't do that. I would, you know, ADS. But it makes perfect sense. When something makes sense, you gotta roll with it. You know? Unless somebody could, let's say, have some type of argument that would even make sense. saying? Anybody just like doing the PvP? I don't do deathmatch servers. I don't care if people say it's good practice or whatever. Not interested in it at all. I like hardcore survival. The harder, the better. Alright, but what I will tell you is it's always easier to survive with friends. I don't know why it is, but that's how am I getting there? Got the picture bag. Cam bag. Oh, that's fun. Thought it was why is it not just but yeah, I just prefer, you know, brass tacks. I'd rather do PvE with some friends and dominate, you know, whatever hard obstacles that are in front of us. That's just what it is. I play on these PvP servers because it offers me the best opportunity to enjoy the game. I don't know what just happened, but my game froze. Oh, server restart. Alright, so we're gonna do a little intermission here. Few minutes, we'll get back into it. If anybody wants to see a different map or, you know, whatever, just put that in the comments. We'll join that map. It's hard at nighttime, I'm not even gonna lie, because it's pitch black and I'm not looking at it on a high resolution monitor. I think I could turn on that gamma, but I don't want to do that. That shit's dumb. You gotta play the game the way it is in real life. If it was fucking dark outside and there was people out there with guns and there was zombies, infected, whatever, you know, you prefer to call them, they're infected, they're not zombies, they're not actually dead. Um, so there you go. It's not The Walking Dead. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Okay, we're back. Just getting a coffee. Everybody knows about that in civilized world and uncivilized. Coffee not only helps you wake up, gives you a reason to get up. Quit smoking cigarettes, so that's good. Around the same time that I got the PC. Yeah, because the PS5 had to be cleaned savagely before I was gonna even think about selling it or giving it away. You know, the nicotine just leaves this sticky coating on everything, and I was like, I'm not investing all this money into a PC to have it like all filled with nicotine. I'm just gonna be honest. And then when you look deeper into it, these electrical components, in a PC, they're all exposed. So if you get enough nicotine and stuff on there, it'll connect those circuits and you'll have problems. So that's what it is. It's crazy that it's nothing to do with, hey, the health benefit. I like smoking cigarettes. I don't know what it was. It was just that this was more important. So anyway, the PS5 got cleaned up. It's brand new. The controllers are beat to death. Um, I had three controllers over the lifetime that I had that. Um, I want to say at the minimum, the system probably has like 10,000 hours on it, and you can see it in the controllers. One of them I don't even have anymore because I was taking it apart trying to see what made it work. And when you do that, you don't know what you're doing. It's no coming back from that, so I just threw it away. But I have a controller that is, let me see, I want to say I bought it in February or March of this year, and within a month it was had crazy stick drift and it was trash. And I think it was like close to $80. So, I at that point I started to doubt, that I was going to continue with PlayStation because the whole time that I was on PlayStation playing DayZ, I just wanted to be on PC. I apologize for drawing out this intermission. I appreciate you guys hanging in there. I do have to do something right now. It's gonna take me a couple minutes, as my friend and I would say. I need to practice a little bit. I mean, let's be honest. In reality, that's all anybody's doing. They're just practicing at life. Nobody's good at it. If anybody was good at it, we wouldn't be living like this. I'm interested in your guys' thoughts. I like to hear what people have to say. I ask a lot of kind of random questions sometimes, and people don't know what to think about it. But I'm really interested, in everybody's thoughts because bits and pieces from a bunch of different people could be a powerful thing. You know, that's just the way that it is. Everybody had everybody adds value. There's value in everything, and not just your skin and bones. You know. Well, this is funny. I gotta say this because it just popped into my head. I have that problem. If something pops into my head, I just gotta say it. So if you guys want to talk about something pops into your head, just bring that out, talk about it, do your thing. I'm open to anything. It's not a question of freedom of speech. If you do go over the line and start posting some dumbass shit that you just know is inappropriate, you are gonna get banned. I'm just gonna say that right off the bat. I don't care about if somebody wants to rant or you know, if if you're just gonna not do the right thing, then you're not gonna be around. You know what I mean? Everybody knows how to act. We're all adults here. Let's not complicate it by having to put, a bunch of rules and guidelines and stuff. I just want everybody to get along and be civil together. It's the only way it's ever gonna work. You guys see what's going on in the world. I don't have to tell you about it. Facebook ain't gonna help you. Metaverse ain't gonna help you. That's right. If people weren't trying to escape, DayZ wouldn't exist. And I was just watching some stuff earlier. The godfather of AI is what they call him. I don't remember his name. I don't think it's important. You could just Google the godfather of AI. He said, and this is the first time I ever thought that Bernie Sanders was intelligent. They were both on stage saying that if we poured everything into AI, we would be living these fantasy lives that, is just crazy to imagine. But the reality of it is everything that's being poured into AI right now has to do with war. That's it. Nothing more than that. It's not about making your life simpler. It's not about, changing things for the better. AI is being created to go to war. And that's why ultimately, and this is not a conspiracy, okay? Ultimately, AI is going to decide that we're a threat to ourselves. And deeming we're a threat to ourselves, we're going to be a threat to it. So why wouldn't it? And if it's created, anything that's created under, it doesn't even have to be an evil premise, just a premise of conquering, it's going to come to an end. It's what it is. People cheat on DayZ, dupers. They get bags and cars and trucks. Every car on the server, they have, everything you could want, hundreds of barrels in their base, and then a team will come along that, dispatches them. It's the nature, it's the reality of it. I'm just gonna apologize again for taking too long. Everybody needs a break. Excuse me. Also, we're never going to be selling any merch. That stuff is never going to happen. Only because, and this is just what I believe. And what I believe, doesn't make it fact. But I just don't believe it's about the YouTuber. It has to be about the game. Otherwise, doesn't make any sense. So hopefully everything's gonna go back to just normal, working correctly. The video is gonna progress to where I'm at. There's kind of a lot of anxiety in this streaming thing. Not even gonna lie. Um, you gotta worry about whether or not people are gonna like you, if they're gonna follow you, um, if God forbid you even ask them to play. You know what I'm saying? So there's like so many variables in the streaming. It gives me anxiety. Not even gonna lie. Because anytime I've ever said, hey, do you want to do a run? I've asked several people on their channels, and I was being genuine, when I told people I have everything in the game. So does my friend. Like, we have to have everything in the game. We don't need anything. I just want to run with you to, help improve your game, not to take over your stream. I'll shut up. I won't say anything. I'll just guide you to the places you need to go. I will be your guide through the jungle. And no, it's like, I don't, it's hard to figure out. That's what I'm telling you. So now we have to do this again. And then this is going to clear it up. So momentarily, it should clear up and come back to the game. I'll be honest. I don't know what anybody's level at. I thought when I first started playing, say, in my first 6 months, I was just so trashy that anything anybody had to say, I was listening like my IRL 100 hours. And, anything that anybody brought to the table, I was paying attention to. Because I had a lot of background thoughts myself on the game, and a lot of people was telling me that, what's wrong with you? Like, that's not in the game. That has nothing to do with it. And when Sakal came out, the stuff that I was talking about started having something to do with the game. And that's just what it was. I have, whatever you want to call it, proof of the overall interaction, like a year before it happened, just by somebody else's word, nothing to do with me. I'm just telling you the story. So, yeah, so I just have a lot of background stuff about, I believe that if the player got sick and cured, his immune system would be stronger overall. If you got shot and you recovered, your character would be able to take more. Stuff like that. I don't know if anybody's tried Scum. that's kind of how it is as you run across the map and stealth and do all these various things that you need to do in the game to survive. It builds your stats, right? In Scum, it does it in the foreground. You can actually look at it, watch it happen, and see like real time data on how your character is improving or declining. And in DayZ, you don't really see any of that. And the early videos that I was watching, I always saw numbers on whether it be the health bar or the hydration, and it always showed 5,000. So when I started playing on console, I imagine in my mind those numbers are there. They're not displayed on console because it's 10% of the game, but inevitably they're there in the background. So I had all this other wild stuff about the medical, and like for instance, I was on a server for about maybe 6 months or so, and they were like kind of RP. You know, they had a doctor that had the medical locked up that was never around. I actually saved his gear and his vehicle. He crashed it and died, and I was close by, and I waited there, saved all his stuff so he could respawn. So I should have been the doctor and the mechanic. Um, but anyway, he was never on anyway, and I would ask him questions about the medical system in DayZ, and he couldn't give me any answers. I like one of the only responses was about I was asking him about the blood bags, for instance. Now, mind you, I'm an early start to the game. Like, I've only been playing it for like maybe 3 months, 4 months at this point, and a lot of it was unofficial. And I left official because I couldn't find anybody to play with. So I went to community because I didn't even know how to light a fire and shit yet. So I go over to community, and these guys are RPing, but they're not even doing their job, and they don't know their own job. The stuff they're RPing for. If I'm RPing medical in DayZ, I'm gonna know everything about the medical there is to know. I mean, like, what are we talking about here? It still didn't go back to the game yet. I'm watching the stream right now. This is like, it just bothers me, dude. Like, get me back on the easiest way possible. Use AI. You know what I mean? Like, help me. Now it's gonna change. Okay, good. I just saw my screen turn black. So, anybody that's, out there, that's real, I see a few people watching. I hope you're listening. This holiday season, do your best. Put your best foot forward. Help people that need help. Don't look at it as an obligation. Look at it as you're doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? You like animals? Bring some food, bring some toys, bring some stuff to your local shelters, retreats. I don't like donating money, cash, or card. I'm going to be real with you. I don't believe that always gets used in the proper manner. Okay? So, this is the best way I could explain it. I like horses. I like horses a lot. Okay. Just to stand next to the horse, alright, and the horse not kick you in the face, like let you be standing there, pet him, is an awesome thing. Okay. And I like it a lot. Alright. Could I take care of a horse? I don't think so. They're a lot of work, mentally and physically. You know, it takes the right type of person to do that. It's a lot. But I couldn't say I would go to the place and just say, you know, here's 5,000. I want to, you know, give this to you, because you know everybody has their own ideas, and when you give them something, they have the right to use that for their ideas and how they want to see moving forward, just like any company would. So I always encourage donate, give, but actually go out and do the work yourself. Get the products, bring them, donate them, give them. They'll immediately be given to the animals, the children, the elderly, right? That's just the way that it is. I don't like donating in line. When I go through shopping somewhere, I don't like donating. I do it sometimes because I feel pressured by the person asking me. So I'm like, why are you asking me that? Would you donate every time you came through the line? No, you wouldn't. Right? But they have to ask you because that charity raises millions of dollars across the planet for God knows what. So I encourage giving during the holidays. See somebody that's less see somebody that's less fortunate than yourself. Don't hesitate to reach out and just see if you can make somebody's day better. That's all it's about. And I'm not even gonna lie. If there's somebody sitting outside the store asking for money, I'm not giving them any money. But I'll be straight up. Yo, you looking for a beer? They're like, yeah, that's what I'm buying with it. Yo, you're probably gonna get two. That's just what it is, you know? And I've had people come up to me and just say, excuse me, sir, like the most respectful, it's crazy. Would you be able to buy me a water? Fucking water. Didn't ask for beer, didn't ask for money. He needed water. That's a basic resource. And people are out like begging outside of the 7-Eleven for water. And then I think when we were inside the store, he asked, would it be possible if he could get a banana? Yo, we're talking about this transaction was maybe less than $3, and you know that's before things got really crazy with the inflation too. Though it was right after COVID, and even though things were inflated a little bit, it kind of skyrocketed after that. Once they cured COVID and you know got rid of that, then all the prices like just skyrocketed. They're like, we can't get rid of them. Let's just drive the price up and see if that'll do it. So, but anyway, moving forward past that. So, there is a YouTuber that I want to shout out. My screen still hasn't not turned on black yet. Just so that we're clear about that. I'm waiting right along with you guys. I can't believe it. I mean, I know that it's like 2 minutes behind, but it's like, come on, man. Of course, it's something that I'm not doing correct. I can't blame the system because I saw it change. It just never came over to the game screen. Like I said, if anybody knows anybody or if anybody could help me to produce better content or even just, manage the YouTube channel. You know what I'm saying? I'm not handing anybody the keys. I need help. So if anybody knows, let me know. And I'm not even lying. I was thinking about just calling Geek Squad. Them guys, I'm sure that there's somebody over there that is qualified that'll just spin my PC on their finger and can help me set up whatever I need. But I'm willing to pay somebody in the community, you know what I'm saying? If they know how to do it, help me help you. I want to help myself, yeah, but I want to bring people along with me. Whatever somebody has to offer, then that's what we want to utilize, right? Whoever's a part of it in the beginning is going to be a part of it in the middle and the end. That's just the way that it works. There's no. You remember what's his dude's name? Steve Wozniak. Dude was the top Tetris player. Okay, and what was he into? Building computers. What did he come out with? The Apple II thing, right? Just take that as an example, right? You end up getting paid. So yeah, loyalty is royalty. They just didn't see that in the beginning when he was talking about, trying to do his new product. Okay, now I see the streams working again. Perfect. So I played for about maybe an hour and a half last night, and it wasn't recording the stream. It was doing the Daisy launcher. I'm not versed in this stuff at all. If it's left to my own devices, I'm gonna be honest. Just working, I don't have a lot of time to figure it out. Well, if I work 8 hours, then I definitely need to sleep for 8 hours. Right? Like, that's a no-brainer. I'm just gonna put that out there right now. If I work for 8, I have to sleep for 8. So, how many hours am I able to take for myself to just, me time? Think about that. So, if I try to do everything that I absolutely have to do to take care of myself, such as you guys aren't quite, I see in the stream you're not there yet. I forgot the gun was in my hand. Thought it was a machete. So that's where that is. But anyway, I'm tired still. I really don't mind just chatting and having the live running and being able to recuperate it when it resets and stuff like that. I still need to come up with, I don't know what it's called. I'm just gonna say it's called a home screen. Like I see other YouTubers have it when they time out or the server restarts. It automatically goes to some sort of either animated or still. I need to get that done. And then also I need to tell it sounds good, the stream. I turned down the sound effects a lot. I think I have because when I watched the streams, I noticed that it was really loud, like my footsteps and all that stuff. Opening doors. Oh, let's see what blood types there are. This should be fun. Oh, negative right off the bat. Oh, negative. Alright, so I do want to say this, and I don't really care what anybody says, but your character on a server, when you first start, and you do that blood kit, whatever that characterization is, that's also likely you're going to be every time, or it's going to cycle well done. You understand what I'm saying? Like, for instance, if you're AB negative, it's going to be in a range of that AB negative. I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. So if I got typo negative, I've had this before. You'll have multiple characters, like even if this you'll have multiple characters that are typo negative. You can basically just, kill it yourself. I don't know if it really means anything these days on DayZ, to be typo negative, but I know that a blood bag will definitely save your life. And most likely, for the veterans that's on, what my friend had told me, and it makes perfect sense, is I used to save them for the pox antidote, like this job right here. See it? Alright, so, obviously I knew about the pox antidote, but I was always, like, playing around in the cities that got gas. And, I wanted to make sure that, I could save myself if I couldn't get out. This has been a couple instances where I couldn't get out all the time and got gas. So, anyway. I started using them. Yeah, that's what my friend said, and it made absolute perfect sense. Anytime that situation, it would turn into I'm dying of blood. Yeah, because they're going to do a lot I didn't know that you could jump on in front of that van. That's the first time I've ever done that. That was skeleton. I've never seen those. But that's actually It's supposed to protect you from particles and diseases. Have I seen that yet? No. But let's just leave that at that. I've only had it on console. Never actually used it personally. I just imagine when Sakal came out, because that hat came out, like, what's it called? That there was going to be something on the call that that hat was going to directly protect you from. And I'm not hating on Sakal either. I think it's a really, really cool map. I'm just saying, come on, guys. A volcano on an island with a land bridge to another island to a bunker in the southwest corner. It's a cool map. There was a lot of stuff there. I never went to any of the caves or saw like the alien drawing or anything like that. In the back of my mind, I am assuming now that whatever streamers went there and presented that sort of stuff as content on their video was recorded in one way or another. I'll be honest with you, glad I didn't bother with it. One thing that I did do very early game, because I was doing, alright, so I would play the game like, I would probably play with two friends for like, 12, 16 hours, and then they would have business to play, go to work, or go to school, whatever they were doing. I was still playing, another 8, 10 hours, whatever it would be. And then, they would get back on and I would still be on. I mean, one of the best videos that I ever saw on Daisy, and I loved it. I could never find it again after I stopped watching it. Like, I watched it a few times, and then later on, a couple hours later, maybe I was taking a break, and I watched it several more times. But once the cycle changed, I don't know if I went by the day or the week. It was on PlayStation Network. Yeah, like you can flip a switch on PlayStation to where it'll like show all your highlights that you pull. Your, I guess, shorts or, several minute long videos, whatever it may be. It'll automatically post them on the network for everybody to see. So I'm just cycling through those, and this guy he's like fully kitted out, right? Like he's not messing around. And he's right outside the gas zone. I want to say that it's Pavlavo, right? I didn't see a large enough area of it. I only just saw a road leading into the gas. And the gas was like super thick, so you couldn't see into it. So imagine it was Pavlavo. And he was just waiting for them to come out. He knew they were in there. And they came out, and he destroyed them all. He rocked the car. They got out of the car. 4-on-1. He destroyed them. It's still one of my favorite videos, even though I'll probably never be able to find it again. But yeah, he played it how it's supposed to be played. And just because other YouTubers have a problem with you mentioning people on their stream, I'm never gonna mention them on my stream. That would be like committing the ultimate sin. If you mention another YouTuber and other people might like them, that's like a crime. But no, feel free. if anybody knows of any videos that will help people out and point them in the right direction, education versus, streamer money content type shit, then yeah, point them there. Feel free to post it. Um, if anybody has, I guess, any opinion at all will be welcome. It'll be well received because you're not gonna make it anywhere with somebody, shining shit up for you. You don't want to know about the good. You want to know about the bad. Otherwise, you'll never improve. That's just the value of life. It sucks, but that's the reality. You know, I I have to say that saying that makes me question whether or not people that are happy with what I'm doing are just saying that so that I'll keep doing it and they don't have to do it. Does that make sense? Just let that sink in for a minute. You know? Has that anybody ever worked for somebody and the people are just so nice to them and thanking them all the time for every, little thing, but there's other stuff like in the background that you're like, yeah, this doesn't really seem fair, or you have an opinion, basically, and once is the word equivocably, yeah, equivocably, you could come up with something in your mind that says that these people are getting over on me and I don't like it right away, you should not be there. It's gonna just be bad for you in the long run. So, and I can be honest about this, and this is the reason why I'm talking about this right now, right? To the three people that are watching, I appreciate you listening. It's important to have people listen. I don't love my job, okay? Let's just be honest. I would rather be full time streaming Daisy and chilling with my people, doing Daisy things, joining different servers, going on adventures, just being with my people. Alright, and when I say my people, I mean anybody that plays Daisy. Alright? If you want to play, you're working on it, you need support, you know what I mean? That's what the community's here for. We're here to encourage and support other players to join the community. Like, even Rust. People say it's toxic, but yo, I'm gonna be honest with you right now. I like Rust a lot, right? Not only because I got to play with my friends, like, my closest friends, I got to play with them for like 2 weeks, right? Unbothered by anything but sleep. And it was amazing. And one of the reasons why I was able to play is because one of the contributors to the channel got the game with no question and was like, here's the code for the game. We need you to do it right now. They were going to play Rust, and I was like, I don't have that. Like, I'm a DayZ player, so I'll be here when you guys get back. I'll keep building, grinding, whatever. See you guys later. And they were like, what? This dude was like, nah. He's like, give me like 20 minutes. I'll be right back at you. Boom. An hour later, I'm playing Rust. And they're showing me the whole game, the inside and out. Everything that there is to know about it. I did that for 2 weeks. We took over an official server. So my first 2 weeks in a game, we're taking over an official server. Smashed everybody. Never had played the game before. So I just think at that point, it's not even about the game. It's about the people you're playing it with. You know? that's why I say, like, anybody's invited. Anybody that wants to come. If you put a message in chat, what server you on, I'm gonna come over there. The first time, I'm gonna put it there, right? The next time, maybe not, right? But the first time, I put it there. Anybody is allowed to come. We'll run. We'll have fun. We'll do our thing, right? But I gotta be honest with you. I'm new to PC, so I don't really know what the objectives are. Now, I've joined Discord on a lot of different servers, but it's not kind of mission style. It's, yeah, you know, just have fun not knowing anything. Well, there's, where could I find a clue is what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to know everything about it. Just tell me where I could find a clue to where I could get started. You know what I'm saying? Like, point me in a direction. You know, like Deer Isle. Nobody could tell me that without watching a video, they were able to fucking go get the staff and the hammer and shit like that without. You just wouldn't come up with that on your own. You wouldn't figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Listen, that's the reality of it. Again, I don't care what anybody says. You you would not figure it out. In Livonia, the bunker, going to the third floor, would somebody figure that out? Yeah, you would walk to the end and see that there was a fucking ladder to climb at the top and say there has to be something up there. That's not a riddle. You know what I'm saying? Going to Lantia, do you think that that's something that somebody would figure out to flip that switch and run back to the fucking orb? No, dude. They saw a video of somebody doing it is right. And I'm not watching those videos, right? I want to be blind. But in game, I want to meet somebody. You guys see my microphone on? I want somebody to hear me and being like, yo, could you shut the fuck up? You're ruining my silence, right? And then be like, yo, you seem cool. We want to team up, and then we go on an adventure. Because that's what the game is about. You know, people like solo, go be a solo, right? I'm under the assumption, I said this to my brother the other day, messing around. It's either get down or lay down. So probably the solos are getting smashed. That's just what it is. Can't trust a solo and knock out 8 guys like nothing, and have the last couple guys that were too afraid to engage right away. They'll be begging for their lives. Yeah, because 6 people will engage and get killed, and the other 2 people will be like, "Nah, man, we were just running around. We weren't trying to kill anybody, you know." That's just how it goes. Seen it happen. Yeah, so that guy's dead, and the reason why I'm talking to you guys too, and this is taking a minute to get going, is because I'm reading the Discord, trying to figure out just like exactly what is going on. Hmm. Okay, so from this is what Red Hunter said 15 minutes ago, and I'm just catching up to it because I was behind. You know, mind you, I've been working the past several days, and I don't know if you guys know what insomnia is, but when you have to stay up all night and then try to sleep during the day, my windows have tinfoil on them, and these probably people think that I'm nuts, right? But I covered them with tinfoil because it's a light blocker, and it's really cheap in comparison to something they would try to sell you at the store and say, oh, this will block the light and it'll do this, it'll do that. I would have to put holes in my wall and hang up curtains, and that's good, well, and fine for some people. I'm talking about I want to cure this problem for, let's say, $1 or 2, $1 per window. That's what aluminum foil does. If you guys don't know, I don't care about any blocking any rays other than the sun. So basically, when I'm at home, it's nighttime all the time. And then that's the only way I could regulate what's going on. And I just have to, constantly be aware of the clock. Like my brain has to know if it's AM or PM without seeing the light of day. Yeah, but listen though, when I go to work, I have nah. I guess I could have the option to not see what it is if it's daylight outside, but you just kind of know, like your body knows. You know, we're not little kids. Like my my call sign is time bandit, and my internal clock is just exceptional. Okay, so this is what Red Hunter is saying. Siberia is now public. Mission files and some JSON files and guides on how to fully install Siberia will be uploaded tonight. Meanwhile, links are posted, and if you don't want to wait for files, you can create mission files yourself, rename the mission file folder, and to empty Siberia. Okay. And then it says the mission files have just been added to the public map mod. Refer to the guides and have a nice day. Okay. So now Siberia is available for everybody to use, basically. And we don't really care about that. I only just want to play on a map to somebody that's gonna keep it real, like for real. Brand new, right back where we were. Gas station, cars. Okay, okay. I'm back. I see that I was on time. I was actually just looking at everything kind of in the background um, to see what I could see. You know what I mean? Make sure that the stream quality was good, that, excuse me, the sound levels. You can hear it going in the background. I wanted to do more than 30 seconds of the video just to make sure that everything was coming across clear and nothing was overpowering anything. Like I said, if you guys read the chat, you'll see this is basically just a test. um, and I'll be honest with you, the amount of stuff that I have to put into this to just get going, it is like a second job that, costs me money, basically. And I don't want it to be that. So, what I'm doing right now is, and this is just the simplest way for me to do it and still have fun. Okay. Um, when I work, I'm not playing, right? I might um, tinker around with the PC a little bit just to get, how should I say, get some knowledge on what I need to do. You know what I mean? Google some stuff, figure some stuff out in the background so that I don't have to waste my time when I'm getting ready to, proceed with the stream. Um, so it takes so much effort. And the live streaming, I'm doing that versus recording and editing. I know that, people have some marvelous videos that edit them. I don't know how to do all that, and if I take the time to figure that out, then I won't actually be playing the game. You know? And a lot of, that's like number one thing. Like these streamers, they're not editing their videos. They're sending it to somebody else and giving them like some guidelines to stay in. They have conversations, they communicate like friends, and friends know what friends want. They want the best part of what they have for their content to be pushed out there in a quality manner. This is not hard to understand for somebody that's trying to make money. You know what I mean? On either end. So they make money, you're gonna continue making money. That's how the transaction works, and it works great. Right? I don't want to do any of that, and some live streams are boring, right? And obviously, people can't hang around for the whole thing anyway. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna live stream everything. Um, like I said in the chat, my first live stream was supposed to be like this is what I thought for a while now, right? And I told you it took me like a month and a half to get to this point to where what I'm doing is being displayed and everything is good quality. Yeah, so I just imagined I was gonna do my first stream on my birthday, and anything before that was just a test to make sure everything was running. I ran into a few issues earlier today, and that's why I was like, I'm tired. I have to get some rest like normal because I can't get what I'm supposed to be having. Just I have a video that's like nothing, just me talking. So I definitely don't want to run into that when I'm trying to be serious about it. I need to work out the kinks. And no, I don't mind sitting here letting the character die over and over and over. It doesn't bother me. I've had the best shit in the game and I've killed dudes through lag, some type of game error, a reset. I've died so many different ways that the dying just doesn't matter anymore. Like if dying matters to you, then this is not a game you should play. It's not Call of Duty. It's not Black Ops. It's not any of that stuff. I don't own either one of those games. I wouldn't buy either one of those games. Not based on anything more than just that's not my quality. That's not my type of game. So before Daisy, I'm gonna go into a little bit of the backstory. If we have time. Everybody has time. It's just given to you at the beginning of your time. So I started out, got the PS5, I believe the end of August, beginning of September. No, before that. I don't know. I could look at the receipt and give you the exact date if you need it. But basically, got the PS5 2023. I bought Battlefield 2042. I bought No Man's Sky. Um, no, excuse me. I bought 2042 right at the store. My brother bought GTA 5, and he bought Mortal Kombat 11 or some stuff. And Resident Evil he got also. So my brother bought the bulk of the games. And I played Battlefield 2042 for less than 1 hour. And it still says on my account that I played it for 1 hour. So, yeah. I didn't like it. It wasn't for me. Not interested in it. Right away, I went to Minecraft. I remember I got to Walmart as fast as I could and hoping that they had a copy of Minecraft for the PS4. $20, put it in. Man, I did like 650 hours. I was, had a base, had my nether portal. I was killing it, dude. And these storms that we have around here are so bad, it clipped the power. And it was just so sharp, it happened so fast that when the power came back on, the PS5 said that the data was corrupted, and I could see it, but I could never use it again. And I was like, this is, I was bent out of shape. I had a lot going on. I had all diamond enchanted armor, like level 30. Like, listen, I was dripped out, dude. I was doing things. And the only thing that I had to do was go to the nether and get the templates. That's it. Beat the Ender Dragon, yeah, but, as far as, like, getting anything relatable to armor, which is the point of it, but yeah. Yeah. That's all I needed was to do the armor, netherite, and the templates. And I seen people get them like wicked fast. Like just go right to it, but it doesn't always work like that. Watching, and there's not one person in chat. Nobody's got anything to say. Nothing relatable, or I'm just being watched at this point. Oh yeah, that's the whole point of YouTube, right? To be watched. I mean, listen, reality sucks. That's what it is. Can't talk about it. Mm, I don't know if that's right. I do know this, and I'm not even gonna lie. I just learned this shit like recently, like a month ago. There's no such thing as freedom other than it being a word or a construct, at least as far as we know it. Okay, so they try to put different values on words, make them have new meanings. And our Pledge of Allegiance talks about liberty and justice for all. So, liberty is a break. The same break that the government makes your employer give you. Your 15-minute break, your lunch break. That's your liberty. It's not to go out on the street and do whatever you want. If you were truly free, couldn't you do anything? You know, I'm gonna quote somebody right now. It seemed very intelligent, excuse me, when I heard it. And it still resonates with me right now. But when you look at a child playing on the coffee table, and he's jumping off the coffee table onto the couch, you know, thinking he's a pilot or a basketball player or whatever he has going through his mind at the time. And your first instinct is to be like, stop jumping on the coffee table and you put parameters on what he's doing. They've done studies with other animals, I guess insects, and the same thing happens to them. It starts everything about them. Don't put parameters on everything. You have to go into everything with an open mind. And if you don't know the right thing to say, then don't say anything. Get some consultation. I don't know why everybody's afraid to consult somebody else. If I have questions, I text my friend right away because I want to know what he thinks. It makes fucking sense. It's not what masses think. It's what people that think like you think. You know what I'm saying? You want to align yourself with other people. You just want to do the right thing. And if you just think about the stuff that's going on in today's world, it's easy to see if you just open your eyes. Like, people can't figure out what to put in E and T saw some information the other day about idiocracy. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I said this to somebody in the 2021. I was having some issues with somebody that worked at kind of grocery store deli. They were telling me that I was working on Sunday, and I was like, nah, I don't work on Sunday. Like, I have stuff to do. It's rearranged. You know, and I don't have to tell you guys there's Sunday. I'm not working. And I told them when I got hired, I said I'll work 6 days a week. Just it can't be Sunday. And they were like, cool. Which she wasn't, even a part of the conversation. So I was like, nah, dude. And then it was like kind of a conspiracy. Like, you gotta get rid of him or leave him. So I was like, oh, okay. Dude tried to give me some money. I don't even know how much it was. It didn't come into my hands. I was like, yo, I don't need that. Just like pay me what you owe me. You know what I mean? For that work. And you can just keep that. You gotta be realistic. Like, I've been down and out before and felt like shit and not had anything. And at the same time, not want to ask anybody for anything. Just hope somebody will be like, yo, like, I know you need this, here, there. You got that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even gotta worry about that shit. And when you do that for somebody, it just kind of, it gives them a boost up. I can't explain it to you. Other people characterize that as, oh, you're a neighbor. Yeah, if you know somebody has a serious problem, right, and their life is going downhill, and you see them like running the streets and they need help, yeah, don't give them any money, but don't stop. Like, don't be like, I can't get you any shoes. You know what I mean? So, well, listen, if they sell the shoes after you get them, then yeah, don't buy them another pair of shoes. It's as simple as that. At that point, they gotta learn a lesson. I'm not gonna stop helping the person if they need to eat or something, That's just human nature. And I'm just gonna go back at it again. With the holidays being here, whatever you can. If you can buy, a toy for a girl and a toy for a boy, and drop that shit in the drop box, it's not making corporations any money. They're spending money to distribute it. And I know firsthand that that's what they do. Kids, they need nurses to try to get them out. Getting back to idiocracy. I saw that movie years ago, and I had said to this guy, I don't, this is when he's trying to like hand me the money and stuff. He actually took me for like a nice walk around this island. I worked on an island, this business was on an island. Fantastic community. It was just, what was going on. It just was. I was like, oh. I more or less questioned him and asked, why would I have to deal with, other people's mediocrities? Because it was kind of dumb that that lady was trying to get me to work Sunday so she could take off. But we wanted to be the boss, so it's how I'm a firm believer that if you want to be the boss, that you're going to do all the shit that nobody else wants to do. I've been the boss before. That's how it goes. Alright? You don't look at this person on the table. Just got there and try to have them do stuff that you're paid not responsible. That's just how I've been. That's what it is. Yeah. If it's your turn to take out the garbage, you take out the garbage. telling me to come home so I can know in the future how to do that shit right. Yeah, I'm just being straight up. People are being performance and stuff, no training, no manners, just out there doing it. And then they're holding a grudge against the wrong people because of how they were treated when they came into it. So you're like, oh man, I don't know why these people are causing dissension in the ranks. Look at it from the daisy still. And there's three of us out on a boat on Samal. There's guns being found in the race. Should we finish? Right? Should we be fighting over that? Yeah, there was three guns. There was three of us who lined up with three guns. Should we be fighting over those guns? Or just ignoring the fact that we found them and we have them as a team? That's it. The rest of the shit doesn't matter. I was just happy that we accomplished the mission. And ultimately, I did get my favorite gun. Yeah. And my friend let me hold it, take a picture of his. Yeah. Listen, I was fine with that because I just knew what it was when he saw it. No, yeah, it's always the best. And listen, I truly believe this. Like, it's very important to let everybody have like what they want. It's not a democracy. It's not free for all either. It's more, you need everybody to be happy and comfortable so that it's easier in the long run. It's easier to apply pressure and it's easier to defend. For instance, when I first started playing with people, I tried to ask them, what's your favorite gun? What's your favorite kid? What picture, what piece you like? What's your favorite element? Go down the list, but to try to really get to know their character. Because that stuff is going to make them feel comfortable and it's going to save their life and it can save your life. If you like shooting with the SD and the cam, I'm going to try to do my best to shoot it. That's the reality of it. If I have it, it's just, there you go. Because that's okay, so M16 on console, I like the worst. It helps me save bullets. And then a better shot will also have a small video of shot me down and got 60 seconds. It was worth it. Okay, I've never killed anybody with full auto. Done this in the air. Bigger on full auto longer. It sprayed straight up in the air and it was due to not instinctive because it happened driving the car that really straight up the car and see into the car. So it's not only instinctive but it was the gun. And even the M4 or the KM, it would go straight up in the air. last year on my birthday that I was playing Sakal, and I was like, damn, I wish I had a PC so that I could further and get my live stream on because I think at that point I didn't I didn't have a phone to verify um, the YouTube, so it only let me send 15-minute clips. So I was saving on the PS5 an hour at a time, and it's oh my god, dude! To go back and watch all that, if you want to save it for a memory, great. But if you're trying to get clips out of it and take 15-minute sections and post them as different parts, it takes a long time, and so you're either not playing the game while you're doing that, or something else isn't happening. You're not sleeping. You gotta go to work. You know, that's just the reality. So stuff is gonna get pushed out slower. I'm just glad that everything is actually functioning normally, right? And you guys are here with me to see it. Everything's gonna just progress and keep getting better. And like I said, I need to find a direction. By my birthday, I'll have a map and I'll have a mission that needs to be accomplished. And these, like I said, I was on Discord reading to see what it was, and I'm just going to ask more questions. I'm just going to throw them out there over this week and see if I can get direct responses to it about building bases or basically like what's the deal with it so that, like there's a server that I can shoot a helicopter out of the sky. Like the helicopter crashes, they fly over you and one hit with a rifle and they'll crash and there'll be loot there. So, I'm just gonna try to figure something out this week and we're gonna have like a bag of shit that lasts like for as long as I can. I'm gonna get off work on my birthday in the morning and then just like hit it. I'm gonna get some My Waters. I don't know if anybody drinks those. BAI. It's hydration water with caffeine. I like them a lot. You don't have to drink coffee because it has a mix of caffeine and you're hydrating. Where coffee dehydrates you, and I love the flavor of coffee. Don't get me wrong. And if it's like banging coffee, something that's like I like strong coffee. I don't like any of this like watered down stuff. And I don't need milk or sugar either. I just like it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody likes it water. I don't know. Nah, that's a lie. I like dark hair. Yeah, that's a lie. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. So, anybody got anything to say about Nasdaq? Whether it be the map or future Daisy? Ultimately, I was kind of, before I got the PC, I was kind of boycotting Daisy a little bit. I want to say that I was playing, I think, Dead Side and Rust. Because the new gen update for Rust came out with the helicopters, and I was like, man, that would just be awesome to fly those helicopters and just you know, because you get with a group and you just float in on that helicopter and just like everything goes just smooth. You know, it's just, you know, cargo. It doesn't matter what you're doing. It's gonna be nice. And what's this dude's name? Survivalist, Triple D. Fly the helicopters. True pilot. I haven't figured them out yet. I figured out the hot air balloon because my boy Fast took me up in a hot air balloon and showed me exactly how they work. And I did it, you know, by myself the next time. Everything he said was accurate. Everything worked the way he said it would. I was able to travel with it. Made perfect sense. What else? Various ways to do the different monuments on that map. Let me think. I haven't personally done any of the monuments myself other than the basic shit. Bradley, stuff like that. Small oil I could do by myself. I guess that's about it. Military tunnels was like my nemesis. I was, oh man, get caught in there repeatedly. It was literally breaking me. And then they took them out of console altogether. And that right there, just, I was like, what the hell? Because that was my favorite monument. I would die in there 20 times and keep running back to try to get my stuff. I'm not even lying. And the scientists would respawn like every, say 8 minutes. I want to say 5 to 10. Let's just say 8. Makes sense. But yeah, it was. Rust is good. Just like Daisy, when you have people to play it with. I assume any game that you have people to play with that are interested in the same thing you're interested in would amplify the game to the max. But I'm gonna just say right out, I'm watching the stream right now. I'm looking at this door jam right here. Shit looks decent to me. Go into an old house that was built in the early 1900s that had no maintenance other than people living in it. This is what you're gonna be seeing. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, listen, they just done a fantastic job with, you know, bringing it up to modern times. But this is what I question. Really, the daylight at nighttime, the NVGs being useless. Why am I going to get an item if nobody needs it anymore? And it's changed. I like the duel, the original. If, listen, if I ever have a server and I have an option, it's going to be the original one. This new single one, that's the way it is on Rust, and Rust is a lot bigger, and you can, you know, your blind spot is less, basically. Whereas here, it kind of cuts off your left and right a lot. And it's just, they did it so that it's harder. Like I said, why you gotta keep playing with stuff? Why you gotta play with the inventory size? So, we're not gonna wipe anything, but we're gonna reduce your inventory size on the next update. So, everybody's logging in. I remember when it happened, I was like, what the hell? So I logged in, and everything that wouldn't fit was on the ground around me. And I had no way to carry my stuff. True story. Can you imagine that? Logging off in a house somewhere when you come back on the next day, all your stuff is on the ground. Again, I really appreciate you guys being here. For some reason, YouTube goes by hours and subscribers. If anybody out there knows, just, support, like, share, whatever you guys gotta do. I gotta get to 1,000 subscribers before we can start the, we'll just call it the raffle. Because, like I said, I don't need anything from anybody out there. I just want people to enjoy the game with. So, once everything gets turned on to where the gifted sub is available, then either myself or someone from the team will gift the sub while we're doing a stream, and then that person will have access to Daisy. Most likely, I'll just leave it up to them how they want to play it. You want to play it on console? You want to play it on PC? Like, those are the choices. It's the same price, you know? Like, if you go get somebody a console or a PC to play this game, it's the same price. I'm not saying that you're going to be able to, or that PC is going to be able to handle all the mods. And it's CPU heavy, so I can't promise that everything is going to work flawlessly. But you'll be able to get on Daisy and either go on official or join some community servers and experience the game, learn it, and move forward. And then you can upgrade your PC from there if you want to. But basically, any basic PC that you could just plug into the wall and hook up the HDMI to your TV and get it online, whether it be Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi they call it now, or plug it in with the LAN cable right from your box. Type in Steam in Google and download that, right? Purchase your game, get online. It's simple, it's easy. And the Daisy launcher, the DZSA, whatever it is, you just type that in Google. Download. It's real simple. You don't have to do anything other than that. And then just proceed to use these things. So I would just go with the PC. But like I said, if they want 700, excuse me, if the price range of a PS5 is 5 to 700, and the price range of a PS5 is 700, why wouldn't you just buy a comparable PC and see, that's a storm coming anyway. If I was outside, I would be dead. That's what I think is going to happen. I could see doing that. For instance, I'm looking into buying before it even comes out. That's crazy, right? Yeah, that sun's chilling. I'm gonna have to watch this part again and just see. It doesn't show me the time though. It only just says live. This would be So I just wanted to point out that stuff like this is like forces you to take an intermission. And Daisy is not a game where you're supposed to be like running around like a chicken with your head chopped off. You're supposed to relax. You're supposed to take your time. Survival is not like Listen, everybody's been told their whole life that survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest. That ruse, I'll call it, is no different than an apple a day will keep the doctor away, right? Or that Lucky Charms is healthier than a steak. This is crazy talk, okay? Because you'll see in any survival setting, the person that survives is the person that does the least. Because the people doing the most wear themselves out the fastest. Listen, it's just, I'm sorry, that's what it is. Go watch any survival show. The person doing the least is guaranteed to survive the longest. They're not hunting, they're not in any danger, they're, they're not taking any risks because the other person is. And if they're by themselves and they're not doing that stuff, potentially they're gonna die if somebody doing that stuff doesn't come along to help them. So if you can understand what I'm saying, Daisy is the same way. Like if I'm not a good shooter in this game and my boy is, we're gonna live. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna pop a couple rounds off. I'll spray the whole drum roll. I don't care. Wasting ammunition means nothing. You're gonna be dead anyway. So if he could get him, then great. Or if I could get him and he sprays, same thing. Yeah, team wins. That's it. That's all that matters in this game is that the team wins. Whoever's alive can stay here and hold this position. I'll be back. Guaranteed. I don't care what it takes. I'll be back there. 9 hours later. I'm sorry, man. Can you stay up for a little bit longer? No, yeah, I'm definitely coming back. So I was running with two other people. So we told somebody to meet us on Livonia. Okay, there's a particular place. I'm gonna describe it. It is a valley that is like an upside down triangle. Like it's a very sharp valley in between two very steep hills. There's a house. There is a 80A spawn point log cabin shed. Right up the street from there is a spawn point for military convoy, which gives you the punch card, and then there's also a small survivor camp with a couple trailers and I believe a tarp shelter. So it's got a lot of stuff going on, in an out of the way area that, basically ordinarily would mean nothing. Like nobody would go there. And so I was like, meet us there. And he was up by the name of the town is drawing a blank right now. It's a destroyed town that's up north. I want to say it starts with K. I would have to look at it. I'm not looking at it right now. It's not that important. But anyway, it's very far from us. Made it. No time. In no time. I've heard people say before that they have no reason to learn the map because other people in the group know it. That's a cop-out. Everybody needs to know the same thing. Otherwise, you can't be on the same page. If you tell me that there's a shooter in the wallpaper house and I don't know what the wallpaper house is, there's no fucking shooter. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be, forceful about it or anything, but yeah, if I don't know something, like, tell me, for real, and I try to explain everything to everybody, like, even if they know it, like, just tell me that you know that and that we're on the same page. For real, I just want to make sure that everybody understands the same thing so that we could work cohesively. It can't be everybody for themselves when we get into a firefight. That shit's never gonna work. We have to be able to communicate with each other. Communication is the only way that you can win at anything. Let's just be honest. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If it, I don't, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're alive, you have to communicate. Otherwise, things can't be done. All right. You can communicate with people, and things can be done improperly. It's because your communication was not proper. Does that make sense to anybody? We're just talking about reality right now. You know, if you're not doing it the way that you wanted it done, it's because you didn't communicate it properly. Because if you had communicated properly, then it would be done the way that you wanted it. For instance, I'm a firm believer that, and I said this a little while ago, which I don't know why I'm reiterating it, but if I want somebody to clean a car, or excuse me, if I want somebody to clean multiple cars on a daily basis, okay, the first car that comes in, this is just an example, a hypothetical. The first car that's there when their shift starts, I am going to go over there and clean the car in front of them and ask them along the way, do you have any questions? Is there anything that you would add to this or something that you weren't familiar with while I was doing this? Just reasonable things that I think in this day and age, like, people aren't willing to do. It's not part of their HR. Is that what you call it? You know, because training is not the number one thing. The number one thing is getting the person into the position and just throwing everything at them and seeing if that they could take it and last or whatever. Training is very important. I'll tell you, more people quit jobs because they haven't been properly trained, and they kind of resent that. Everybody needs time to get adjusted to what's going on, and that's just what it is. So if you want to be effective when you employ somebody, you need to say, hey, um, we're not going to pay you for this dumb stuff right here, but what we are going to do is we're going to pay you for on the job training. So the first part of any shift that you do something different. For instance, tonight, you're going to be seeing how we take care of this machine right here. Okay, and you're just going to stand there, and just like I explained before, the person's going to be asking you reasonable questions, saying, is there anything that you don't understand while I'm doing this? If you have any questions later on, this is my number, this is my email. I want to make sure that you're comfortable doing everything that I'm doing the way that I'm doing it, because this is the way it needs to be done. Right? It's just real simple stuff, you know? And then people don't get ideas about how it should be done because they've been trained properly down the line. I mean, I'm just being reasonably honest. You know, if people don't want to work together these days, it's everybody for themselves. You know, alright, so this Republican Democrat thing, let's just get this out of the way right now. That's a construct like money. It doesn't exist. It's only there for to pit your mind against somebody else's mind. It means nothing. Everybody is equal. There's just people that know people. That's all it is. You knew somebody, or if you got a banging deal, it's because they wanted something you had. That's the only reason you got the deal. Okay? Let's just be realistic about it. Okay? We're not going to sugarcoat this stuff. Nepotism is to the next generation. And the golden ticket is only provided to those who know. them. So, and you just gotta work it from there. You gotta create your future for what it is. I'm ready for ready player one. Like when we get to that level, I'll be happy. I won't care if I'm 100, dude. I just want it to get to where you can be online in a safe environment and do your thing, man. I just think the whole concept is a great thing. I mean, if we had reasonable AI, which we have, it's just being used for good things, this would already be happening. There's a movie, you can go look it up. It's called Automata. They used the first AI to create the AI that they were using. You know what I mean? Like they used the tool with no laws to create the AI. And this was like years and years ago this movie came out. Now, like fast forward to where we're at now, the reason why we have AI and quantum computing available right now in this day and age is because somebody wrote a code to create this. Okay? And the issue with this is not that they wrote the code to create it. It's that they don't understand the code. They don't know how that code creates what they want. I don't know if that makes sense to a lot of people, but that's the reality of it. They made something that made, like, modeled and made what they wanted for them, and they don't know how it works. That's the reality of it. So I did a YouTube short overnight. It got 600 views, and then it like kind of paused out. So I don't know if that was from doom scrolling and then they just like cut it off or something. I really don't know what the deal with that is. But I know it got caught. It got fucking capped basically. As this dude I knew back in the day, he'd be like, "Yo, they capped that shit." But yeah, it's getting no more views unless I want to promote it. I'm just not. Listen, if you guys want to watch, if you guys want to take this journey with me, I want you to come. Alright? But I'm not gonna pay YouTube, and I don't expect you to pay me to do it either. This is something that I've been wanting to do for a long time, and now it's a reality. I need to touch up a couple things, like kind of get like a better setup for editing and stuff and viewing. But other than that, like having a PC and being able to be on like the best game made, and it's like even streamers have a hard time like playing it and streaming it, and my system is just like it's butter smooth. I'll put on my live stream. There's a setting I told you before where it shows like everything that's being used and the temperatures and stuff like that. I'll put that at the top of the screen so that you guys could see it too. And then, I'll give you a link to the system. I think it was a great purchase. There is a lot more reasonable systems that will play DayZ, but this right here will play it on extreme. I already tried it on Hashima, and I think the video is on the channel because I live streamed it, and it shows like all the stuff when I'm coming up to the city. Yeah, there's somebody running outside right now. That's not a zombie, that's a player. But we're innocent, we're dying, we don't have anything. Hopefully they come in to talk. Maybe they'll kick us in the face. Hello? Nah, they were just running by, fighting some zombies. Anybody need my meat and bones? I have some rags and a flare. I have two flares. I even have a heat pack and some rags. I got some clean shoes also. Need my guts for rope to fish. Do it up, man. So I think in my mind with the streams, um, what people really want to see is just a natural adventure. If we run into somebody or if I run into somebody, just let everything happen the way that it's supposed to happen with no there's no setting up streams or I can't really schedule anything because my schedule changes weekly. So it's just gonna be boom, I'm gonna jump on and I'm gonna stay on for as long as I can. Like when I have to go to sleep, I'm gonna end the stream. Like seriously. Like that's probably about the best that I could do right now. And I appreciate everybody that's watching, and it helps me out a lot. Whether you like it or subscribe, that's great too. But just the viewership time and to get the analytics cranking because that's what's really gonna because there's a lot of background stuff for it. I don't understand it all, but I know that it's gonna help in the future for anybody that actually knows what they're looking at. They'll be able to go in there and say, yes, we need to do this and that and the third. So, just in case anybody doesn't know, the streaming kind of just started. I should just say the recording kind of just started as like a memory log because I didn't realize that the games were saving trophy photos. Like every time you got a trophy, they would clip a picture of that and it would be stored on the hard drive. I didn't realize that until a guy showed me how to do. Like I was already over a year into playing DayZ, and I didn't even know how to do like a screenshot or take a video or save anything. He showed me how to do that, and once I did that, I just started saving everything. That's when I found like the trophy videos and stuff. So yeah, I played for a long time before I ever even knew how to take a photo. But then once I did, obviously, an hour video to go back when you're tired and watch that hour video to take, little snippets or even 15-minute portions out is crazy, because it just everything takes a lot of time. It took me, like I said, a month and a half to get to this point to where everything is live streaming and it's working good. We had a reset already and the stream went from reset back into the stream. Like I understand what I have to do now to get it to go back and forth. I just have to figure out how to do that kind of intermission picture for the stream. So I imagine I'm gonna need another monitor to control it. I don't know. We'll have to figure it out. Like I said, if anybody wants me to point the right direction, feel free to point it out. So I think she has pneumonia. That's why she's breathing like that. I mean, that's the only thing that makes sense to me. She's been freezing cold since we got here with no fire and sick, and health is like skyrocketing down. So it's probably pneumonia, like the state of sickness she's coming back from. I know that if you get frostbite, it takes away from your stamina and you can never get it back. No cure. And I don't understand all of these thicknesses. You know, I'm used to popping tetracycline, multivitamins, and eating food until I'm better. But some of this stuff, you need special medications. I don't know their names. I don't know what they do until I read them. A lot of the medicines I've wasted, you know, taking more than I needed or not having enough and just end up dying anyway. But she's a goner for sure. She has pneumonia or some terminal illness. And Daisy anyway. So, if anybody could get back to me about this, right? This is the one real question. Does anybody really help anybody unless they, you know, want people to see them helping? You know what I'm saying? Would they do it from their own resources and basically go without to do that? You know, it's easy to do it with somebody else's money or time or whatever, or you know what I mean. Say you're I'm all in, but you know, what is that called? Lip service, I guess. I don't know. We're gonna get it popping. This week is my birthday coming up, December 8th. That's what I'm doing the live stream. Yeah, that's why I'm doing the live stream because it's my birthday. So it just seemed relevant because, like I said, a year ago today, I was sitting here talking to my homie about doing a map, not buying a map, not fucking playing on somebody else's map, about designing and building a map. And he's sitting there telling me that, you know, I would be the best for this. So I'm like, yeah, whatever. You know, I thought about it and I'm like, yeah, that would be cool. But does it sound reasonable? Like, is it even feasible at this point that I'm at? No. Like, I'm just happy playing, like, what I have in front of me, you know? And then I get to this point right now and I'm like, wow, man, like this stuff is becoming a reality, you know? And it's really what it is. In a year, like it just went from being talked about to becoming true basically, you know? Like I could get a server right now and get it on and popping. You know, as far as PlayStation 5, I would have to find the right person, you know, to what's it called, manage it, you know. So I'm gonna ask this dude right now, cause I didn't want to ask him and feel stupid for asking him. And I'm not even doing the PlayStation shit no more. I just think it's not worth it unless you're with your friends, dude. You know, and even then, you're only doing it to chill with them and have an adventure. The shit in the game is kind of played out, you know? Yeah, like, alright, so for instance, I thought about this shit the other day. Like, I found a helicopter part, like the hydraulic hoses or whatever, and I was like, oh, I was like, here we go. It's like, I'm on the road to getting a helicopter together, you know? And so I thought about it. I was like, yo, I don't want to do it until my boy gets here. Do that shit together. You know how badass that would be flying to the fucking bunker on any map. I don't give a fuck what it is. Just flying across that shit and taking over. Yeah, I'm looking for this dude right now. Like I said, I'm not even doing PS5, but I'm just gonna ask him because he made two maps, like on his own, and people play on them. Like he has events, and all the streamers join this shit. Just like the Ashland map when it came out, they were all on it for like the first 2 weeks, getting their money together. Um, So let me just look this up, and it won't be a stupid question because I'm just asking him, is that something that can you accomplish it? I just need to find the right place to say. I think this is it, the community show. Oh, this is how you do it with that at symbol. See, I don't know this stuff, dude. So if you just put at in the chat, you can select from their names. Okay. Simple question. I don't know what you would call it, like upstart the server. I don't know what it's called. But would you be able to modify and I guess get a console server started? Specifically Livonia. And then we'll just go from there and see what happens. I mean, this guy's serious. he's gonna what's it called? If there's money involved, then he can do it. I read one of his texts before, and it was like, I don't want to do any like serious, complicated coding, but if you need help, there's prices available, and so let's just see if he responds to that, and if he can do it, and it's simple for him, then may do it, and then I'll just keep my PS5. You know what I'm saying? From what I heard, no, it's not possible. Yeah, so we'll just see what he said. I've been thinking about asking about it for weeks, dude. I was on his New York server, and I jumped off the bridge because there's a lot of zombies, dude, and they can hear you. Like their awareness is so heightened that they're gonna hear you. And I was coming across the bridge, and they could hear me walking on top of the bridge, and they basically followed underneath. So I was like, I'm just gonna jump in the water. I jumped in the water, got popped, okay, and then I'm like, I typed in Discord like, hey, I'm sick, blah blah. He said, all right, you're poxed, whatever. I was like, there's nothing I could do about it right now. I have to get some sleep. I go to sleep, jump on. I don't know. Days later, I'm not poxed anymore. So I figured he just, gave me a head start. You can tell by my gameplay that I suck. If you just watch me play for 10 minutes, you'll be like, this is the first timer right here. He has no idea what he's doing. I know all this stuff. I just can't put it into reality in the game because of the controls. So yeah, we'll just wait for him to get back and see what he says. And if he never responds, then that's your answer right there. And if he does respond, then boom, that's your answer. And I still got my PS5. And if he can put a hardcore server together that is, not super crazy, expensive on me, because the budget is zero. Remember that. The budget is always going to be zero, right? I just want more people to be able to play the game. It's really just that simple. And if my budget is zero and their budget is zero, we just have to figure out as a community how to make everything work. And, the games people, they're making it easier. The new Steam Deck is launching. I don't know how much it's going to be, but I know it'll play every game in 4K right away, out of the box. So no hassle and no stress equals worth spending a little bit extra money. You know what I mean? And I'm not even saying this because it's something that I've always thought or believed in. I'm new to online gaming recently in the past few years. In 2011-12, I played Killzone 3 online. That was kind of my introduction to it, and I had a lot of teammates, but I never talked to them. Nobody messaged each other. We just ran around and killed the opposite team. And I did that for months and months, and I liked the game. It was basically like this Call of Duty shit, but it was that. And yeah. So here we are now, and somebody, when I was playing console, they were like, you don't have to play, here you go, let's bring you along. And it has nothing to do with deserve or, this person's favorite. That's why I said anything that's given away on the channel, but it's not his name, but however that goes when you get the sub. One of the team that's gonna get the sub, whoever That's the beginning and the end of it. Nobody's gonna have to become a member. If you're subscribed to the channel, that's all you have to do. Everybody's a member. Once you subscribe, you're a member. You're on top of all the benefits, everything that's gonna be given away or to be included in. If you subscribe, you're included. That's how you get to do it. There's no money to Patreon. There's no money. You don't have to give them subs. You don't have to send money anywhere. All you have to do is subscribe. Like it, dislike it. I like that too. Like interaction is necessary for us to like people look at it dislike whatever. They're like, oh man, I can't do that. Just do it. It helps everybody out. It helps you to speak. It helps you to figure out how to listen and hear. Alright, so don't be scared of saying, this shit sucks, I wish you were doing this. Alright, it's a fact of life. If somebody tells you to do wrong, like, it's not how you say it, it's what you say it, and how you say it. That's all it is. And I want to give you something. I don't know. But when I'm telling you how to do something, I don't want to hear people telling you to do it. That's, there's a difference. Well, I'm open to hearing everything. I think everybody, like I said before, there's a little part of everything that is going to be found in the way it's supposed to be done. And you need to take all those little bits and pieces and put everything, everybody, and get that shit done. Whatever it is, I don't care if you said somebody over grenade, tripwire, saw me in Kilowatt. He did it. He executed perfectly. Everything exactly as it needs to be done. And killed 2 guys. He did. Alright. I just watched everything. Texting and shit. Basically, yeah, he set it up. Killed 2 guys. Recorded it. Everything went perfect. I don't know if there was any recording bug or falling back from that position. I don't think it was late, getting ready to log off. There was 2 guys coming from heli crash, and if we're gonna get off anyway, it's like, let's just log off. I'm not gonna, you just killed 2 guys, I'm not gonna die right here, and it's, like, I'm like, yeah, we're gonna log off, we agreed to it, and then we see some guys coming across the field, I'm not engaging, I'm not, I'm sorry. If I'm gonna stay on for more hours, then I'm engaging. If I'm already saying 5 minutes ago, getting off, I'm getting off. I'm not just gonna waste the moment I have to start questioning off. You want to start where I was at, and I agreed to get off. You'll also see another video of Team Mark that they kind of agreed it was what it was, and as soon as we got to the movie, we were gonna die anyway, and it happened. We were both dead. We already knew we were gonna die there before the movie. That's the truth of the matter. We talked about it. When we took it away, that we knew was gonna do it. Guess what? It fucking worked. So if nobody's got any thoughts on DayZ or any other games. if anybody wants to be a moderator for the channel while we're live streaming, and just kind of like, you know, handle some of the background stuff. You could always message me directly. Because like I said, I'm still figuring this stuff out. Even though my guys in the game, I'm looking at my phone and trying to see like what options I could get, and you know, basically what could be done. So I definitely have to get another monitor going so that I could do stuff on the PC. Like, so let's just face the facts. Like, the PC is way more advanced than I could get more done on it while playing the game than my phone. Okay, so getting back to an earlier point, I really wasn't gonna mess with DayZ anymore until Badlands came out and Zara and stuff. And the reason being was because I was just tired of the same old humdrum and like knowing where I'm at all the time, and then getting a PC and having all these new maps, but you know, can I run around and experience all this stuff? Yeah, absolutely. Do I want to do it by myself? Nah, not really. I mean, the analytics are up, so I really appreciate it. It was a little bit, and it went completely flat. And streaming right now, it's up, it's up. Catching some wood. So I want to say my most popular video is let me look at it just to make sure it's still credible. Oh, the base rate is the most popular video. Okay, so previously I thought it was I was going to meet Killbot, and I lined them up in scope, the pure scope of the most. Which that may be the second most popular video. So, you know, me having a shootout with somebody while I'm looking at their base to raid them, and which that's a 3-part, whatever you call it, series, video, whatever. It's 3 pieces to it, and over a couple days. Basically, what had happened is me and Killbot are in the area. The guy shot from nowhere, didn't know where he was. He ended up killing us both. Went back there, I killed him with a grenade. Found out that he had a friend. Killed that guy at spawn that I killed with the grenade. I killed him at spawn. It's all, you know, in the list of videos. and then went back there and smashed his whole base, wiped out everything, and then found all the stuff. It may have four parts, and then found all the stuff in the woods near that base that they were going to move into there once it was secured. Car, truck, two military tents, medium tent, barrels, bunch of supplies, like gas zone stuff, the whole nine. And that was with Stray that we found out. We were meeting out there on the edge because Kevin and I had logged out there, and he saw it. We wiped it out. That's it. But yeah, all of it's documented. Um, I don't think it's important to be the best PvPer around. If the best PvPer, right, isn't at its base, and he gets killed, and when he comes back to his base, there's nothing there, he ain't the best PvPer. He's gonna have to get all shit again. You know what I'm saying? Won't be any backups. It's gotta be realistic. The only way to win on console official is to have like 30 accounts. Just killing it with accounts so that you have all this stuff stashed and it doesn't have to be on the server. It's kind of cheesing the game up. I started in the beginning, I liked it a lot because I was like, oh man, even if I lose what's on this guy, I have 23 or 25, whatever, other guys. And they can hold all this stuff. And I remember right after I started playing, they were about to do a wipe right after the Halloween update. And I got nervous after I saw that, and I just started creating account after account, going to my spot, and picking up as much stuff with each guy as I could. And I was collecting as many backpacks as I could, so I could log backpacks in my hand. I had like 10 tents, like military tents, car tents, improvised shelters, like I had a ton of shit. And I was just pack riding. And it just, yeah, that's how I started playing. I started to not like that style of play. And I was like, nah, I just want to play on this one account, right? Because this is basically how it is, right? If you look at my PlayStation account right now for DayZ, it says something like 3,000 hours, okay? And then if you look at all the other accounts that are on that PlayStation with the hours on there, it adds up to around 5,000 hours, right? So I could have closed that by now, or not. I really don't care. The only reason why I'm saying this is because everybody asks about that. And if you have all these accounts, then you don't have a true account of how many hours you had. I logged into all of them, I added it all up, and this was like months and months ago. And I think it was like 4,700 between all the accounts. I'm fine with that. I've definitely done 300 since that. You know what I mean? So this is what it is. 5,000 hours in something is nothing to shy away from. That is an accomplishment. You can't get anybody to say they have 5,000 hours in anything unless it's working for somebody else. Yeah, get that. That's what it is. So I'm on my way to 10,000. So the halfway point is where the struggle began. Even though I struggled to start the game when I first started, now I'm at, say, 5,000 hours. I started on PC. Now I'm gonna go for my next 5,000 on PC. So the game is basically reimagined for me. Everything is brand new. I don't really understand anything other than they keep changing the game, so I'm gonna lock it down while I'm learning the keyboard and the mouse. And when this new Steam controller comes out, I'm definitely getting it. I would recommend it to anybody. I don't know how much it's gonna cost, but I believe money onto a Steam wallet, okay, which is an app on your phone, right? All you need to do is put $5 onto that wallet, right? No, excuse me, spend $5. I think you gotta put $5 on the wallet to verify the account, and then you can chat, ask questions, buy games, whatever like that. Anyway, you can put money into this wallet. It'll sit there indefinitely. Steam ain't going away. Valve, that company is not going away. And when that controller drops, or as soon as they say it's available to purchase, because you can put it in your wish list, they'll notify you the second it's available. Boom. Take the money right there out of the wallet purchase. There's no question after that. You're in their app asking for their hardware. Boom, you're gonna get it. And that controller just looks badass. I don't care that it's big. I think my PlayStation 5 controller is small. It's a little rinky-dink controller that doesn't fit in my hands properly, and I'm not gonna mind something that's bigger that actually feels like it's fucking there. Even my mouse, I could be wrong, but I think my mouse needs to be bigger. My hand is just, I don't know how to say this, but a lot of my typing is clumsy, just based on the fact that, I'm hitting 2 or 3 different keys at the same time. So I just feel like I'm gonna try to get a bigger mouse, something that's maybe weighted, or I could add weights to it. Something that's not as light and fluffy, kind of clunky with the buttons. My keyboard and mouse, although they work, they don't respond to every keystroke, I feel. They came with the PC. When I was buying, it's fantastic. These are just stuff that they threw in the box to go along with it. I'm sure if they put a monitor in the box, that would be trash too. But yeah, I have to get a bigger weighted mouse so I can feel like something in my hand and my fingers aren't like overstretching. You know what I mean? Like, I'm as far back as I could get on the mouse, like the bridge of my fingers, if that makes sense. Like on my palm where my knuckles are, that is kind of like has to rest basically at the same point where the mouse buttons click, to reach my side buttons with my thumb. So it's just not effective for me. It works to get started, to get everything like lined up, I guess, but it's not something I'm gonna be able to be competitive with. If anybody has any, recommendations as far as the stuff that I'm saying, don't be afraid to put a link in the chat. Research is everything. You gotta look at different stuff to get, a different view on things. And then the keyboard. If I could find a keyboard that doesn't have the buttons that I don't need, right? Or maybe I could buy a keyboard that you add the buttons to and not add those buttons to it. But I'm not really sure if you could press whatever it is that's under the key, to get the same response basically. There's like a rubber pad or whatever it is under there. So, I don't know. It'll get figured out. I'm not doing anything about it today. I told you. Like where I'm at right now, the stuff that I have, this is like peak. Alright, I bought crappy headphones. I just wanted to get some headphones real quick. I have my original ones still, and they still work. They'll work on the PC, the PlayStation, whatever. They're over, let me see now. I got them within a month, let's say, of having the PlayStation. I not only realized that it was loud in the room in the house, having the game going over the TV, but it was also easier to communicate and hear things with the headphones on than it was over the TV, which makes perfect sense. So I bought those headphones and they lasted me 2 years of, I want to say a year and a half is not a good representation. I'll just say 18 months, and I paid under $30 for them. They were PS4 headphones that were wireless. Um, I don't know if it's Bluetooth or what, but had a USB thing or whatever. So under $30, they lasted me 18 months of like great quality. Never had any complaints when I first got them. They had about maybe 20 or so hours of lifetime. So they would last me like basically all day of gaming before I even had to put them in. And you gotta sleep sometime. So, boom. And so I used them right up until I got the PC. And, yeah. And then I just got new headphones. You know, basically Ferraris, Steel Arctis. Yeah, Steel Series. And the quality of them is banging. I don't know how. I have an app. I don't really know how to adjust anything other than the EQ of it. And it asks me like what games that I play, and it would automatically, I guess balance or change the sound specifically for that game. They sound fantastic. Can't even tell if they're artificial, really. It's just basically like cradling your skull with the most minimal pressure. Yeah, very comfortable. The other headphones I got, the reason why I'm using these now is when I got the PC, I said I need new headphones. These other ones are beat. Like I've already watched ear pads. It's just, it's the end of it. These are over. So it's like I don't want to spend, $300 on a pair of Audis, and that's really what you need to be competitive. I was like, that's crazy. I can't get in that deep. I need something that's gonna last about a year, 2 years max, just like the other ones, but give me the PC quality that I need. Okay, so I'm looking through everything. I already, when I was playing PlayStation, wanted the Steel Series. Okay, they have two different ones. Well, I'm sure they have more, but the ones that I wanted, they had two different ones. Do I think it's worth 300 to get some little button that gives you RGB or an EQ, whatever it does? No. So I got the ones that were reasonable. Let's be honest, reasonable when we're talking about this. I want to be a pro, and $5,000 when I get there, maybe I'll buy $300 headphones. You know what I mean? But and I would have kept the other ones, and everything worked fine on them. Except they had like feedback, like I could hear it over what I was recording, and also it hurt my ear. Like my ear was rubbing on the metal part, the screen or whatever that covers the speaker or driver or whatever it is. Yeah, so I tried to deal with it, and after like 2-3 hours, it was hurting both my ears. So I was like, this is not. I'm being hurt by trying to save a little bit of money when I'm going to be using this product for 20-30 hours at a time, and I need it to last 2 years. So I was just like, I need to return this. Return was simple, easy, just make it simple. It was done and over with, and I'm moving on with my day. Everything happened quick like that. I got the new headphones within 24 hours of deciding that I was returning the old ones, and the money from the return. Everything happened the same day. And these headphones are far and above better than anything I've probably ever had. I have a set of Sony headphones actually glad we're talking about this right now because I have a set of Sony headphones that I could bless somebody with. They're banging. I bought them in 2022 or 2023. They're about $150 something dollars. And as far as sound, like I could use them on the PlayStation 5 or even this PC, right? It'll link to either one. It will give me the best sound, right, that I've heard in the game. Because I used it before when I was playing solo. As long as I don't have to talk to anybody, it's the perfect headphone, like studio quality and everything. Like you hear directional, like you name it, it has it, but there's no mic feature like that, or I don't know how to use it. So I'd have to like talk through the controller. You'd have to like plug it in with the 3.5 millimeter jack and speak through the PlayStation controller. And I didn't want to hold the controller to my face while I was playing. So I used them when it was solo. They worked great, but there's no communication. So ultimately, I play with one person or more, and you need to be able to talk. So it wasn't viable to keep them. And I kept them in a bag and everything. And this dude told me when I bought it, I didn't believe him. He was right though. He said that the air cushions are gonna chip away. All the vinyl's gonna come off them. And even though, like, listen, I'll tell you, I took care of them. Like, they were in a Ziploc bag, like, all the time. If I wasn't wearing them, they were in the Ziploc bag and fully charged. Like, I took care of them. That's why I'm able to do what I'm gonna do right now. Is last week I found the ear pads for these online brand new. And even though they're gonna flake off again, it doesn't matter. That's not really my problem. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna buy these ear pads. I think they're about $15 and get them shipped. I'm gonna put them on, or actually, I'm not even gonna do that. I'm gonna get these shipped. I just have to find them in my storage. But yeah, I'm gonna get them shipped. And then I'm just going to give them ships away. You know, because I'll be honest with you, the only thing that they're doing for me right now is they're just sitting collecting dust. And if I could use them for something, I would. But like I said, I couldn't use them for the PC because there's no communication. And then I don't use my phone for headphones like that. They talk about headphones at work, but it's not a lot, so I'm not doing it. So you can wear one, so it's basically a set, so you can wear it. Well, anyway, they're good quality headphones. They're just gonna sit here and collect dust, so I'm just gonna hook somebody up. And then I'll have to keep dragging them on. I mean, I already found them before. They're WHCH710N headset. So for this headset specifically, it's a Sony headset, and there was two different versions for this too. Also, there was a $300 version and a $150 version. And I was like, I'm gonna be using this a lot, you know, because I was traveling a lot for work, and you just need something to drown out what was going on around you. There's always like 3 or 4 other guys who would be talking, listening to the radio, one day of it, it'll drive me insane, and I won't be able to do it anymore. That's why I bought the headphones. So they lasted me a couple years. I got fantastic use out of them. They just need new ear pads, right? So I'm gonna get those and then pass it on. These headphones that I got for the PC will link to any device, and there's a USB-C dongle, which will literally plug into my phone. If I want to use that versus the Bluetooth, which it has also. So I'm not stressing. I can use a single pair for anything. And obviously, the pads on my new ones are replacing what I could order online. So I'm just gonna get these replacement pads and then be done with it. I could give them away without it, but then that's just saying like, hey, you want this garbage? They're gonna be useless to you unless you spend money, and fucking nobody's got money, so. I just gotta actually find this. That dude didn't respond on the phone about the livonia thing yet. I'm gonna just let it resonate. And I figured it was a stupid question anyway. That's why I didn't ask, weeks ago when I thought about it. But if somebody can do it, then does it need to be done? Yeah, man. Everybody misses a server or have a bad day. The people were like so into it, and it was actually, if you put the effort in, like you could get somewhere on that shit. But now there's nothing. Admin abuse and cheaters, pretty much. I mean, these look like it. Are they gonna fit? Who the fuck knows? But they look like they were. Holy shit. Arrives in a month. Holy cow. Basically after Christmas. I don't want anything that's coming after Christmas. Like if it says 3 days, like, you know what I'm saying? Be 3 days. Because I don't really care. Yeah, all the shipping is after Christmas. Like these people reduced the price, but they're charging shipping. So is that guaranteeing the date? This one's closer. Pay for the shipping could be up to halfway through December. I mean, this one says in 2 weeks is the minimum, and 3 is the longest. For real, just show me something that's gonna work. and let's not, get into a deep conversation about it. Yeah, yeah. Just I like to talk, right? So if somebody likes to listen, like I'll sit there like now and talk your ear off, right? But if you just say, yo, listen, like if we're talking about a particular subject and you just feel like, it's not necessary to bring you up to speed on that, I'm fine with you saying that. Might as well say. We could talk about something else. Makes perfect sense. It saves time, I could tell you that. I mean, basically, yeah. If we're going to do a raid and I have to explain it to you while we're doing it, then yeah, it's gonna kind of compromise us, put us in a situation. We should know what we're doing before we go to do it, right? Yeah, all these places are like a month out. Okay, these are for it, and it says $10 shipping, and it's still gonna take 2 weeks, dude. Let me look at more options. Yeah, they want you to confirm everything when it's in the cart. I don't like that. Alright, these are the most expensive ones, and they have a delivery fee, and still can't get here till December 12th. And there's options, but there's really no option. Like it doesn't say anywhere, could I pay, X amount of dollars to have this in the next couple days or anything because they can't guarantee any of it. Or I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm just gonna scrap those shits or donate them or something. Because it's so easy. We're talking about like $15 or whatever, but you have to wait so long that it's just like, come on, man. These other ones, let me look at these, see what it's for. So the replacement pads for the AirPods Max, I could get those tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, what's going on, man? WHCH710N. Oh, I think I found what we need. WHCH710N. That's what we need. They're blue. I don't give what color they are. December 5th. Yo, you're not being that. December 5th. Yeah, that's good. That's a couple days. So we're just getting those because I need them. Okay, so that was $15, and that is gonna restore 100 and whatever the tax is, say $160 set of headphones to brand new mint condition. So for 10% of the cost of it, it's gonna make them brand new. Not, they don't have a box, but they're gonna be fucking brand new, and they Bluetooth. You can talk on the phone with them. The microphone doesn't work on the game, but you could talk on the phone with them. But yeah, I know I need those. I want to get rid of them. If I, even if I don't put them on, right? If I hand those to somebody with them in the package and they put them on themselves, they'll be happier because it'll be cleaner. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You know, like I'll be honest with you, I'm not wearing anybody's headphones. It's all sweaty and shit. They've been playing, listening to the music, sweating in them shits. I'm just not wearing them. I'm not comfortable with it. You know, if I was desperate, I'll turn the volume up and keep my head close to that shit. But I'm not putting them on my face and stuff. So, I mean, my analytics, I can tell you guys right now, has skyrocketed just from overnight tonight, just keeping the stream going. It's crazy. I don't even understand it. Yeah, I have to back out of this every time I get silly. Alright, so let's see what we got going on here. Where were we at? Siberia? Alright, so let's just double check and make sure that the Steam is up and running again. Our stream is up and running again, or do I have to do something with this? So, I'm just gonna do what I had done before, which is minimize that, clear this. And then we're just gonna sit here for a minute and make sure the stream comes back. There we go. So I know what I have to do now to get the stream back going again. It's very simple. So I've had a wonderful morning with you guys. I don't know how long this has been going, but I want to say it's been about 6 hours or so. And I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And it doesn't matter the reason. I don't really care. But I have to get some stuff done. And I'll either be back later today, which is probably not going to be possible. I have a few things to get ready for, the work week, basically. Try to like knock everything out in one shot and not have to think about it again. So, yeah, definitely December 8th. It's going to be a live stream from 10 a.m. Eastern Time till I pass out. And I have a couple days off, so I want to utilize that to, do what I need to do. Alright, you guys have a great morning or a great night, depending on where you're at. And thank you for joining me. And like I said, like, subscribe, share, anything you can do to support to get us to where we need to be, to where we can help other people get involved. Because that's what the main mission here is going to be. It's not about showing people our gameplay and having them watch us and pay us so that we don't have to do anything but gameplay. It's about, getting people involved and for them to be able to play with us too. Maybe they got a PC that they don't understand how it works and they help get it fixed. Stuff like that. You know? Alright, so you guys have a good morning and I'll check you out.